Stefan Burns with us today. Wow, this is a great treat for me. I've been following you for a long time, Stefan. You cover solar activity, space weather, planetary alignments, geophysical energetic events so that we may better all understand the quality of the energetics of the solar system and the Earth. And you believe that this helps in the spiritual and conscious evolution journey. And also you discuss health and wellness topics like earthing and grounding. You sell products to help everyone stay healthy, happy, aligned with their soul mission. It's all about resonance, and you're a great cosmic bro. I love watching your show. I watch your show so much that my wife is like, "Can we watch something else?"
Oh no,
Yeah,
she's probably right.
yeah. I'm obsessed because I really believe in all this stuff. I love your multidisciplinary approach to this. I've never seen anybody do it on this level. So, thanks a lot for joining us today.
Yeah, I mean, I try to not hog the camera or anything when I'm doing my presentations because there's a certain element with if you're just in general like a showman, like a presenter, you can start to steer it towards you. And you see a lot of people get stuck in that. And I do like people want to kind of get to know you a little bit. But in general, it's like, what's the data? What's the facts? What's the cool download? What are the cool connections? And so that's really my focus. And so,
Nice.
yes, like last night was a fantastic example because we had this huge explosion on the far side of the sun, just rotated off to the minute with a magnitude 6.9 earthquake that struck Chile in the subduction trench there, like to the minute.
Incredible.
And that's the first big earthquake that South America has had since, I mean, it's been at least a year and a half. We looked at it in the live stream and everything. But for some reason, most scientists or whatever, they're like, coincidence. It's always just a coincidence. But we've had this happen so many times now. And that's just one example of how these things are connected. And there was also a crazy planetary geometry that was active at that time. We had what's known as a kite formation. So you had Pluto, or let me get it in frame, Pluto, Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus, like all in this kind of triangle shape. It's called a trine. And then you had the moon make this exact point up top, so it looks like a kite. And the lunar geometry, of course, can only do that once every month, every 28 days, because that's the lunar cycle. For the outer planets to be in that configuration is very rare. And the fact that that also is exactly precise when this occurred speaks to not only a Sun-Earth connection, but a Sun-Earth-planet connection. So these are the things that we cover. And I'm not surprised that you find it interesting because it is. This is like what connects all of us together.
Yeah, fantastic. And so I kind of like have tuned in for decades now on the energetics of the Earth. I've been predicting some of the events that have happened in the past, and kind of help everybody get connected with that is one of the things that you do. So I'm kind of coming at it from maybe a 2 or 3 dimensional type of environment, multidimensional type, but you are covering much more. You're taking the sun in account. I think that's been fantastic, very accurate in the projection of what might occur. From a really big solar storm, solar activity that's happening. You've been covering that really well.
Yeah. I mean, I basically keep finding new layers and depths to this because I started, well, I mean, if you go back earlier, like when I was in Boy Scouts, I was always interested in being outside. And then when I went to school, originally I was going to major in history, but then I took a geology class, and I was like, this is a lot of fun.
Wow.
Then, of course, doing the geology classes and like the field camps and stuff really kind of cemented it. And then what happened is through my 2 jobs that I, like kind of my normal career, 2 jobs I had after college, I just felt increasingly this need to research more because my understanding was very limited. So it started off with me diving into Schumann resonances, which are Earth's naturally resonant energy fields. And those are crazy, and they still are crazy because they connect to us in our brain waves and all this stuff. If there's one thing to like research into that connects everything else, that's probably them, and that's where I was kind of intuitively guided. But then that led into solar activity and space weather, because I had to start. These solar maximum was starting to build up, and there's lots of connections between space weather and Schumann resonances. So then I started to get into that. Then I had to really go take a deep dive into earthquakes and volcanoes. Obviously, I had some study experience with that through school, but like, let's really bring it up now to speed. And then all these other things filled in, like astrology, astronomy, whatever, because I'm pretty open-minded. So I'm not thrown off by, I really don't care what other people think. So if 99% of the world is like astrology is bogus, but I feel that there's something there, it doesn't dissuade me
Well,
from
of course,
researching into it.
the elites use it, and it used to be used by people up until around the 1500s, and then it started to be suppressed. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's some of us are getting back to that. So I that's another aspect that you bring in that I enjoy quite a bit too. Good job.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff there. There's probably a little bit too much baggage with some of the modern systems like Western Tropical, but regardless, you see some of these people in very high positions of power,
Hmm.
tech companies, individuals, governments, and they're clearly using it because they're
Very,
lining things up on very specific transit dates
yeah.
that are very important. So it's like, okay, yeah. So there's a lot there. So basically, I just started to. And then my way of really learning is by like creating a presentation, a video, some sort of end deliverable product. Because someone who can teach something is probably someone that actually knows it.
Hmm.
So that was my way of kind of cementing in my mind this information. And so I haven't been doing this that long, which is why it's great to connect to people like you who have had this interest in this for decades now.
Yeah.
And we've gone about it different ways. But there's also undoubtedly a component to this journey of just skin in the game, how much time you've been kind of looking into and feeling into these things. And if a big event happened in 2011 and you saw that unfold in real time, then that gives you that imprint and you know that's significant. Whereas I may not find out about it until I stumble upon that big earthquake or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So that's an important aspect too, for sure. It's just tracking it often and tracking it for a long time.
Yeah, and I love your your cosmic journey aspect of it as well, because there was a we just had a Chilean earthquake, fairly significant. So anywhere else it probably would have been major, but there, they get such big ones. It's like a yawn almost. But there was well over a decade ago. There was one that was well into the nines, and if you look back in time, there was a massive from that. There was a pretty good tsunami that hit Hawaii after that and caused a lot of death. So I was with a group that we used to do. We used to look at these things and put our energy into it, meditate on it, or send it prayers or whatever. And that's what we did with this. And we were kind of calming it. I remember, taking my consciousness into the waves and so forth, or the energy that was, moving out, and calming it down. And sure enough, when it did finally hit Hawaii, it was almost nothing. So if you look at the past, it should have been, the same. So the cosmic journey is very important, I think, and I think we're raising our consciousness, and I think you're just, right there with all this, helping people awaken, to all the different aspects that, can really influence us. And we in turn can influence those aspects as well.
Yeah, that's an important aspect. I feel like, I mean, it wasn't my intention starting off to hold sound healing meditations because there's a tsunami coming or something. But effectively, it's like you start tracking this and then you start getting a following, and it's like, well, it's the least you could do because it's only going to help. And if people are anxious, and there's a lot of people out there with anxiety and all these things, and it's good to help. And we have it, at times. It's just a good thing to do.
Yeah.
So I did that last year for the magnitude 8.8 megaquake. And this is maybe what you're referencing with Hawaii. That was Kamchatka, Russia. that we were expecting the tsunami to hit Hawaii,
Yeah.
and the prior magnitude 9 from the same location hit Hawaii in 1952, I believe, and that was actually fairly significant.
Yeah.
So the energy released from an 8.8, it's only about half of a magnitude 9, but still big event.
Mm.
But the tsunami did come in, but it wasn't destructive, and you can't outright dismiss the fact that in 2025 there were tens of thousands of people around the world praying, meditating, if not even hundreds of thousands, to ameliorate that effect and just to basically calm everything down. Whereas in 1950, you didn't have the internet and things like this. So basically, people found out when it hit. So, those of us that are cognizant of this and we happen to be aware of it, like when it's happening live, I think I really see this as a responsibility for
Yeah.
us to do these things. And so for that live stream for Hawaii, I first covered the earthquake, and then there's like a couple hours before I had to jump on a live stream again for the tsunami watch for Hawaii. But we had, I think, about 20,000 people for that one. So clearly people also want to help too. They want a focus point to help.
Wow, that's incredible. And I didn't know that you did that. So that probably had an impact.
I hope
And
so.
I think people should, take that on board and realize that we can have an impact, and that's one of the things you're doing. So the planetary alignments that you're going into, astrology of it, and then the sun activity, and then we're it seems like we're moving up in intensity. I would say that maybe this year, I'm not going to say for sure, but from what I've been seeing and what I've been feeling, it seems like we're going to get even more significant events, or maybe events this year than we did last year.
Well, it's hard to say,
Mm.
but I mean, we're out of solar maximum. We're right now at the end of solar maximum, the beginning of the descending phase. But we often, and there's different categories. So it's like, okay, are we ramping up for solar activity? Are we ramping up for earthquake activity? Are we ramping up for volcanic activity? These are the three categories.
Mm.
Often during the descending phase, we do get really big solar flares and coronal mass ejections. It's certainly possible. And one good example that brings in a cosmic component is 2017 with Oumuamua, the first ever detected interstellar object. We only picked it up after its perihelion, its closest approach to the sun. And this was September of 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And right in line with it, and it got very close to the sun. So it wasn't like a 3i Atlas, which was out beyond the orbit of Earth, which is close. But once you start to get within the orbit of Mercury, you're very close to the sun. Well, we had the biggest solar flares of solar cycle 24 right during that time frame. September 4th and September 10th or 11th were like the big days, but that whole time frame, the perihelion was the 9th of September, I believe. It's either 7th or the 9th of September for Oumuamua. So it was perfect, and it was also in line with it because of the angle and trajectory. So, it's a cosmic coincidence. But that was a weak solar cycle. At the bottom, what's known as a Gleisberg cycle, which is an 88-year-long to 100-year-long variation in solar activity. We're at the bottom of that. Then all of a sudden, we get these gigantic solar flares that blasted off perfectly in time with Oumuamua, which is the first ever interstellar object. So it's all these outlier events clustered together. That's what we see. And once you get that, it's like, well, is it a coincidence? So right now, we are going down in solar activity, but we do have the potential for there to be these kind of one-off gigantic bursts. So we could have the biggest event of this solar cycle a year from now, 3 months from now, 2 years from now. That's certainly possible. As it relates to earthquake activity, what we generally see is that earthquake activity, like high magnitude activity globally, increases and it's at its highest on average during solar minimum versus solar maximum. Now, the fact that we had this magnitude 8.8 megaquake during solar maximum maybe isn't the best sign that this solar minimum is going to be quiet and calm. It may be very, very active. And I actually think this magnitude 6.9 quake in Chile that we both have referenced now, it kind of broke out of phase with the normal rhythm that we've been tracking, where the sun and earthquakes have been linked up. They've been linked with these coronal holes. These certain features on the sun seem to generate earthquakes, and we've been getting this like 28-day periodicity with the high magnitude quakes, exactly with the coronal hole magnetic field connections to the earth. It's a whole bunch of stuff, whatever. This broke that periodicity, and it did also, of course, happen to the minute with this gigantic far side explosion. So it broke one rhythm to establish another connection. But I'm kind of getting the sense that that might be the first quake, like kind of the first signal of this other wave that's coming in of just in general increased earthquake activity during solar minimum. And the same can be said for volcanic activity. That signal also exists. It's not huge, but it is a statistically significant signal that there is larger, more frequent volcanic events during solar minimum than there is during solar maximum. And to wrap, I just think that there's some aspect of solar maximum that impacts this rhythm that I'm in, these trends I'm describing, because if you have more energy loaded in on these longer time frames, I think that can create bigger events. So going back to solar cycle 24, the 2010s, there was tons of super high magnitude earthquakes during that solar minimum and that time frame in general between like 23, 24, 25. So the basically 21st century, bottom of the Gleisberg cycle. That means that we had that 50, 60 years of heavy solar loading from the peak of the Gleisberg cycle. So we're still kind of in that trough too. That's important to keep in mind. So there can definitely be some really big events coming up for the next few years. Does this mean that the Earth is going to end or the world's going to flip or explode or something? Like, no, I don't see any evidence of that. Though there are some interesting things happening, but I don't think that's the case. But yeah, I mean, this can actually affect people, like you were saying. Like, tsunami can hit and it can be destructive. Everyone dies, but we should also not just completely discount that these things, which some people seem to do, that these things matter and can knock houses off foundations and, have real world effects.
Yeah,
like
definitely.
Where you are in Lake Tahoe, they've recorded like massive waves of energy coming in from landslides hitting the lake. So there can be these crazy events that occur depending on, that's like an earthquake on a fault that has like a 500-year reoccurrence interval, and that's like a 1 in 12,000 year event. They don't know exactly how often, but these things happen. So it's really wild.
Yeah, we had some pretty good earthquake activity not too long ago, close to this area. We even in this house, we had some pretty good shaking. So, it happens. I lived in Southern California for a long time as a Navy SEAL. And, I remember being in my condo one time and it shook like crazy. And I was like, wow, I knew there were some guys out diving. So I went in and they were telling the guys that were in the boat, they're like, we didn't even know anything was going on. So top of the water, nothing. But the guys that were diving, they thought like a huge, ship had gone overboard over the top of them. They're like, what are those guys doing up on the surface? They're not protecting us, because they were like just bounced around like crazy in the water column. So it's really, really interesting, how these energies move through the environment.
Yeah, it's interesting. They must have been right near the bottom and had like the compressional waves stir things up and kind of shake them.
Absolutely.
But then because the shear waves don't pass through water, the boat was effectively unperturbed.
Yeah.
What year was that? Was that Northridge 91, or is this further back?
No, that was a little bit after that. Or no, it was before that. So Northridge came later. Wow, that was incredible. Down in San Diego, it hit once, and I was like, wow, where was that? And then it was like early in the morning. I went kind of went back to sleep, and then it hit again, almost with the same intensity. But yeah, I don't know. So back when I was a Navy SEAL, back in the maybe the early or late 2000 or 1990s, 98, something like that. So
Yeah, there's a rich history of earthquake activity that I'm really going into for Southern California.
mhm,
And one thing that's relevant, I mean, I'm in San Diego right now. One thing that's relevant there is that there's this bouncing between what's called the East California seismic zone, which
mhm,
is basically like the Mojave Desert.
yeah,
And this is on the eastern side of San Andreas. And then what happens is it's the activities focused there on like a decadal time frame. This could be like 30, 40, 50, 60 years. And then it bounces back over to the western side of the plate. And effectively, it's more San Andreas based. And it's this loading and rupture cycle, basically, that exists. And so all these earthquakes popping off. And right now, we're probably at the transition between all of them happening in the Mojave, because there's been big magnitude sevens out there over the past few decades, probably back to the western side, which is where all the population centers are. But all those big earthquakes, they load energy into the faults
mhm.
nearby, and eventually then they get to that point where they rupture. So, all this information is so readily available now. So, like, I mean, kind of the way I see it is like there's all this info and research that a lot of amazing people have done. Not everyone has a brain for kind of seeing the big picture, and that's fine. Some people are really good at like getting, a crazy list of data in front of them and meticulously going through it and do all that stuff and send someone else to the psych ward. But we need people that do have kind of a big brain or a big picture view to take that data and then also pair it with what we're seeing now, because there's this idea that earthquake prediction is impossible, and it's not easy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not easy, but if we just keep telling ourselves that the 4-minute mile is impossible, then it's going to be impossible. If we keep telling ourselves that we can't, forecast anything to some degree, then yeah, we're going to keep just blundering around. And so what I've been able to do fairly accurately is forecast global trends in seismicity. Location's difficult. Sometimes you get activity that's indicative of maybe this is a foreshock swarm, so then you can put a higher probability forecast for that location. You could look at strain accumulation rates, but a lot of this data is locked behind like research or government, basically like walls. It's not publicly accessible data, and it gets to a point where it's so detailed to have the big picture of everywhere on the globe simultaneously. It's probably impossible. Maybe AI systems will help with this in the future. I don't know, but that's really kind of where I am right now, is that I'm just doing as much as I can to research into all these different places, California, Italy, Japan, like everywhere.
Yeah.
And then because I'm tracking it daily, just through that, you get a familiarity and a sense of these locations. And then you can start to use that beautiful gift from God, which is intuition, to kind of guide you that last little bit. I mean, as a Navy SEAL, I don't know what your training was like, your missions or anything, but I imagine that intuition was at least a little part of your success as a SEAL, just like feeling something was off or feeling that you need to go do this, whatever.
Oh yeah, definitely. Not everybody talks about it. There's a few of us that talk about it, and you see some people that have picked it up. I also remote viewed, and would see stuff that was coming as much as a week out. So
Yep.
there's that capability. We all have that, but like you're talking about, you have gone deep into some of these aspects, but you keep it very scientific, and I really really appreciate that. I know you have that thread of the intuitive side, which I think is ideal to guide you and bring you to some areas that might need a little bit more focus than you would otherwise give it, and then you see things. So I see that in your work quite a bit, and I think that's That's not everybody goes there. I've followed a lot of people over the years. Dutch Sense was one that I followed for quite a long time, and he seemed to have a somewhat scientific bent, although he doesn't have a scientific background or a science background like you do. But he was projecting fairly well. A deep earthquake, sometimes followed by a bigger, more shallower earthquake, and it moves around these fault zones and so forth. So you've taken, I think, to an incredible level your research is phenomenal, like you're talking about. Camp Flegrei, looks like it's going to blow, but it doesn't, and just shift somewhere else. And you've been able to follow, those shifts all around the world really well.
Yeah, Dutch Sense, I haven't met him, but we've chatted just a couple times on his live streams, and he says some nice things because I guess he watches my channel as well, and he's a perfect example of how tracking this stuff daily or at some regular frequency for a long duration of time teaches you a lot.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how often he's in a research paper or 10 of them. I mean, probably every now and then. The guy posts every now on like Twitter, X, whatever, and he's not dumb. He's a smart guy.
Oh yeah.
But that component of tracking it frequently is so key. And see, that's where, and at a global sense too, because he's doing it for the globe. And so a lot of these people, they may be a mainstream scientist or whatever, say, oh, it's not possible. Every time I see it, it's like they're hyper-focused on understanding the transform faulting of northwestern China or something. It's like, okay, yeah, you're going to be the ultimate expert in these transform faults in northwestern China, but you're not going to at all see the global picture or have a sense of what's happening because you simply just haven't been tracking it, right? Yeah. If you're not going to the gym every day, you're probably not going to be jacked. So it's really that simple, but people want to fool themselves into being like an expert. They're not doing the work, or I don't know what it is. I mean, I kind of get it, but yeah, it's really just who can you track this? Can you keep yourself humble by continuously researching and learning, and then just when you do get that little intuitive hit, can you listen to it and just actually follow it? It's just basically learning that system. And I through my, let's call it YouTube journey, I've seen how, and I think that Earth is directly, the consciousness of the Earth is directly guiding me in subtle ways, as she does with everybody in their own way. But my first video that I made was on the Schumann resonances, and it just happened to take off. Wow. And that's kind of what got everything going. If it just sat there and got no views, I probably wouldn't have kept doing YouTube, because when you're working, and it took a lot of work. I still pushed through it, but I mean, if you're really doing a lot of work and not getting anything out of it, it's like, okay, what's the point? This isn't vibing or resonating.
Yeah.
So
you started your YouTube channel. I was just looking all the way back in 2013.
Yeah, I uploaded some a couple of videos from some just geophysical projects I worked on in 2013. But that Schumann video is my real first video, you could say. And that was released in February 2021. I did release a gardening video in November 2020. It's not there anymore. Because I'm also interested in gardening and all these things. So I didn't know what my channel was going to be. But it was.
You just muted.
Oh, I think maybe I was muted for a while.
No, just 4 minutes or so. You're good.
Oh, it just clicked randomly. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, so I did a lot of GPR and magnetometer surveys and seismic surveys before I ventured off into YouTube land. And one thing I want to get doing again fairly soon is I would really like to be doing field work again, but this time at sacred sites.
Ooh. Hmm.
and try to see if I can find energy lines or just
Ley
help
line stuff, huh? Yeah.
figure out what the deal is. I mean, there's something to some of these locations, as I'm sure you've probably visited a few of them at least.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there's something to that.
Too, been to Egypt several times. Yeah, lot of the sites here in the United States. So yeah, they're phenomenal. You can feel the energy in them, like you're talking about. So doing the research on that, that's a fantastic cause. Yeah, good job.
Well, we haven't done it yet, but
Yeah.
I hope to do that soon. It's a question of, I guess, getting some like bug out van and just like hitting the road
There
with a
you
whole
go.
bunch of gear and doing like 3 months of it or something. It should be a good time.
Sweet. Yeah. So your YouTube channel, you're approaching 1 million subscribers. That's impressive by any means. My channel, unfortunately, because I was trying to expose a lot of stuff, but it's quite a challenge to keep people entertained, keep them interested, and so forth. So you've done an exceptional job. Your background. Give us a little bit more of your background. You're talking about being in the Boy Scouts and really loving the outdoors and so forth. And eventually, you got some educational. Educational process brought you to a lot of this stuff, right?
Yeah. I mean, pretty normal background, I guess. I mean, I was just always super interested in science. So any science class I excelled in. I mean, I could very easily have gone into biology, could have gone into chemistry, any of these subjects. There's just something about exploring the world in a scientific way that kind of just resonates with my mind, I guess, like how it operates. But the big upgrade you could say is that I've learned to expand as well also into the right side of my brain,
Mm.
which is a more intuitive and kind of holistic, connected, empathetic side, because there's so much left brain dominance that exists right now. I believe it's the left brain that's the very analytical and focused. So I've helped to bring those together into balance, and traveling around a lot helped with that. I did a lot of traveling in 2021, 22, 23, just in general now. But yeah, I mean, I have to give a lot of thanks to I didn't go to like any special school. I mean, it was a great school, but it's public school. I have to give a lot of thanks to my teachers there. But more than that, I mean, I guess I just had to kind of give some thanks to to God, universe, whatever you want to call it, source, because it's really my curiosity that drives things more. So it didn't really matter what teacher I had for a subject. I just have an insatiable curiosity, and don't don't exactly know why, but it makes life exciting and keeps like I mean yesterday I was out walking and we had a quarter moon. Right now we're now waxing gibbous phase. We're about to have our full moon on the 31st.
Mm.
But I looked up and it's the daytime, so the moon is pretty nicely illuminated, and the sun, since it's quarter moon, the sun is getting ready to set, but it's not setting yet. But it was the trippiest thing. I mean, it looked like the Death Star was in orbit around our planet. It literally could have been. I saw the moon for the first time, effectively. I felt like I saw the moon for what it was for the first time. I was like, what is this? And because you could see the mares, the oceans, the dark, the dark basaltic plains and everything.
Incredible.
And the fact that it was at that phase and had the geometry with the sun gave all of a sudden now this larger perspective of it wasn't just the Earth Moon system, it was the Earth Moon Sun system. And see, the moon is about the size of the inner core. The two are about equivalent in diameter.
I didn't
So
even
when
know
you're,
that. Wow.
yeah, it's an interesting little tidbit. Now the inner core is much more massive than the moon, but if in terms of just its density is a lot higher. But if you look at the moon, effectively you're seeing like the size of Earth's inner core.
Wow.
So there's just all these, it kind of all hit me at once because just recently I've been on a new research phase. So all this info has just been like moving around in my synapses. And it just looked like so high definition and
Mm.
just real in a new way. Like I unlocked some new, like the blur went away on the picture. I was like, whoa, okay. And our system's unique, the fact that we do have this one moon that we somehow captured,
Yeah.
because based off of pretty good understandings of how the solar system formed, but huge grain of salt with that in general, we probably had a natural satellite system like Jupiter or Saturn or Uranus that then got scattered as a result of the capture of our moon,
Mm.
which is kind of an interesting idea to think about. But we have this very bizarre system here on Earth that we take for granted, and I was joking around. I think it was the same day, just before I had that kind of aha moment. I saw these two girls walking, and one of them had like all these like mystical, magical tattoos or something. So she looked a little witchy, and so I stopped on my bike. I was like, "Where's the moon? Where's the moon? Where's the moon?" And they were like, "Ah!" They couldn't find the moon, which is fine because I mean it's like small and you have to find it. But most people though would totally fail that. Right, they would have no clue. They're like, "What? Like, is it a full moon right now?" Like, so they were at least kind of looking around, and they knew that it was out. But there's this huge disconnect that exists between normal people and like what's actually what's actually happening on this planet.
Yeah, definitely. And I remember my wife and I, we went to Lake Titicaca, and we were staying on this, I think, the island of the moon. And we were at the top of it. There's a little house up there, and so we had it to ourselves. And we went out, and the Milky Way was just unbelievable how bright it was. There was, no other lighting around that would dim it, and it was just you, almost like you could touch it. The stars were so bright, and you could see like the just millions, trillions of stars. It's just incredible. So it really is humbling when you see something like that. And just before that, we'd seen there was like a thunderstorm that had gone across a part of the lake. So we saw the whole thunderstorm, and then it cleared, and we saw all those stars. Wow, it's just magical, beautiful, beautiful times.
Yeah, I mean, an experience like that. We have this. I mean, we've been connecting this way for hundreds of thousands of years, like
Yeah,
millions of years. So it's only recently that this big like resistor has been put in between this natural
right.
connection between everything.
Good point.
So it just requires just a little bit of effort to go to this sort of locations, because nowadays most people have light pollution,
Hmm.
or you need to spend kind of 10 minutes just looking at like the lunar phases for the next month, and then making an effort to, okay, every single day I'm going to kind of see where it is and try to find the moon and understand the rise and set times. I mean, I get these waves of comments sometimes where they all take on a similar theme. It's interesting. It's gonna be emails, comments, just correspondence, whatever. And there was a wave that went through maybe like 6 months ago, where everyone thought the moon was like veering off course or something. Like, the moon has never been this position in the sky before. What's it doing? But it's a fairly complex equation between what season it is, and the tilt angle of the Earth, and therefore its direction towards the sun, and then also the moon has inclination with its orbit, 5.15%. So where are the lunar nodes, and is it going to be at its most inclined for a full moon, or it will actually be at its least inclined for a full moon, so it just skims over the top? This creates a whole ever-changing kind of picture of where the moon may be at any given moment. Or just tracking, you have, for example, a new moon. And that means that at sunset, you have the sun and the moon setting simultaneously. You're not going to see the moon, because on the day of a new moon, you're simply not going to see it. It's too close to the sun. But then the next day, you'll have the sunset, and then the moon will set right afterwards. 2 days later, you'll have the moon, you'll have the sunset, and then you'll have a very thin crescent moon. up for maybe an hour and then it'll set. So if you then use that time of sunset as your like your kind of tracking point, you'll see the moon progressively get higher and higher and higher in the sky for sunset, and then eventually it'll actually flip, and it'll start to get closer and closer to the eastern horizon, and then, well, 2 weeks after that new moon, you'll have the sunset, and then the moon will rise, and so you can track it this way. There's a lot of different ways to track it. You just simply have to realize that there may be some benefit to you to do this and to actually do it. But if you just randomly see it once every 3 months, and then you're following people maybe that are telling you the world's going to end, or the moon is, I mean, I don't know what the moon is, but there's a lot of crazy stuff out there.
Right.
Then you're going to be like, what's happening with the moon? It's winter and it's at low inclination and you haven't been tracking it, it's cool. Like yeah, they're at this point where they recognize that there's something cool there, but not jumping to these crazy conclusions, I think, is important. Instead, it's like, okay, well, what can I do? And here's a list of moon phases, and let's learn a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. And getting that close to the star systems and so forth, and the moon, I think that's really important for everybody, because we look at the past, they were really into it. You go to all the ancient sites, and they all have some kind of astronomical vision to have it carved in rocks and so forth, in their pyramids and so forth. And then down in South America, they actually have observatories that are still down there. It's like, but they're ancient and they're falling apart. No one knows anything about them, how they were used, and crazy. So a lot of this stuff, like we're talking about, is lost. And getting it back, I think you're moving us in that direction, to get it back, to have that childlike wonder, to explore and find out all these different things. Now, you do travel quite a bit. I've seen you in Hawaii when the volcano's been going off. We just had Mauna Loa just had a huge earthquake in it. And what are your thoughts about that?
Oh, like just a few days ago? You mean
Yeah.
on the western side?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, that was a weird earthquake, because it was felt so widely across the islands, even to Niihau, the Forbidden Island, like west of Kauai.
Wow.
And they felt it there as well. Now, I looked at some of the earthquake records where we have this "do you feel it" information, because people, they send in the responses. We don't have that from the 1950s or something. And like maybe I could look through some Army report, right? But just in terms of quickly getting a bit of information, only the recent, let's say 20 years, has that "do you feel it" information. So the 6.9 that struck on the eastern side of the Big Island, not the western side. Of course, the Hawaiian island chains go to the west. The 6.9 that struck in 2018 didn't have nearly as many "did you feel it" responses as the magnitude 6.
Wow.
It is different side of the island, different depth, but it's also nearly 32 times more energy. So you think just through simply like the sheer power of it being bigger, maybe it would be felt more widely to the west, but it wasn't. So this earthquake had some unusual properties to it. There was a 6.2 that also occurred north of the epicenter, but it was like northwest of the Big Island, just off the coast, but just a little bit. That one was also felt going to the west to Oahu, Kauai, but it didn't have as many "did you feel it" responses as this magnitude 6, and it's also a 6.2, and that one was even in a better location, perhaps to radiate energy across the plate. So, I mean, I can't say it's like the most odd thing ever, but certainly bizarre. And it's speaking to this solar volcanic cycle, because, and I've just recently made some videos on this, but the Pu'u'o'o eruption from 83 to 2018, which ended with the massive rift eruption, Leilani Estates, and then the magnitude 6.9, That was the biggest eruption from Kilauea, I guess, in 200 plus years.
Yeah.
And now we've had 47 fountaining episodes at the Halema Uma'u crater, which is the main crater for Kilauea, nearly twice as fast as the lava fountain episodes that occurred for the beginning of this long 35-year Pu'u'o'o eruption for Kilauea. So maybe they're apples to apples, maybe they're apples to oranges. We'll only find out years from now when we have all the data.
Yeah.
But the fact that we did see this big eruptive cycle, and then the 6.9, and then immediately, and then this big caldera collapse at Kilauea, it's starting to fill back up, having tons of fountain eruptions, and we see that volcanic activity at Hawaii. I did this analysis myself. Volcanic activity at Hawaii does increase a little bit during solar minimum versus maximum. We're going into solar minimum. It's like, okay, maybe we're building up to something. Then this magnitude 6 hits just a few days ago. Kilauea was having a pretty regular rhythm for these eruptions of about every 10 days. She was doing about 9 hours of lava fountaining. Now episode 48, which was expected to begin today, is getting pushed back because now the inflation tilt data for Kilauea is going through these random drops. It's done this twice now. So, I mean, it's not like we haven't seen this sort of thing before, but the moment that earthquake occurred, I was like, something's going to change at Kilauea because of that shock wave hitting the system. It's a big, clearly that was a big shock wave. That's the point of all the did you feel it to the west. Clearly it's a big shock wave in all directions. For whatever reason, it had a lot of energy in that component, you could say. Because it wasn't just up and down motion like some earthquakes. There was a strong sideways component to it, which could blast it off that way. So now we're seeing Kilauea with the inflation of the caldera behaving differently. And so it's like this earthquake wasn't necessarily volcanic in nature. Maybe, but in general, it's all volcanic because the hot spot is creating the islands to begin with. But you see how then it looped back and it was able to influence the volcanic system through this earthquake that occurred that wasn't necessarily volcanic in nature. It didn't, impend some imminent eruption, though I think Hawaii's got more coming. And maybe this is actually sort of a larger cycle, and Pu'u'o'o may have just been kind of like the first big wave from that. I mean, it's certainly possible. So this is why it's important to track this, because several hundred homes were destroyed in 2018, Leilani Estates. I met someone who was there. Her house was spared, but basically one night she woke up and there was just a sudden fissure throwing magma, shooting magma up into the air hundreds of feet, like just a few hundred feet away from her house. And for 4 months, she lived like that with the gas and the earthquakes, the rumbling, and with the fear that any moment, like everything could get destroyed. Yeah. So we really need to, not saying other people aren't taking this seriously, but there's this mental block about seeing the larger connection between the sun, the planets, and the earth, and also the cosmic environment, because that has been programmed into people for a long time now, as we discussed early on. And astrology is in many ways kind of like the root of that, because it gives you a really big glimpse into the mechanism of reality. You can say it's not everything, of course, but it's like a pretty big glimpse into it. So if there's anyone that wants to disconnect you from that for their own profit and to control things, they're going to do so. And that has been the case, in my opinion. And so there's this programmed belief that this stuff's all nonsense. So a lot of these people which have good intentions and want to help people, they're fundamentally blocked and limited because they can't get past the astrology's nonsense. And so then they're going to have a less of an ability. They're not going to be as good at forecasting this stuff because the big picture is often what's driving what's happening when and where. So it's really important societally. That's the point, right? It's important at a societal level, if you care for your fellow human beings, to look at all the things and apply that scientific mindset and also that a little bit of intuition to help guide you whichever way spirit is going to give you the answer. Because I think also Earth and the sun and God and all the guys, right, want us to be more empowered and actualized and live on this planet peacefully. And Mother Earth's going to keep doing earthquakes and stuff. But, I had a dream that an earthquake was occurring right before that Hawaii quake. There's
Wow.
people in Hawaii that commented when I was live streaming, whatever. They're like, yeah, I had a feeling something was coming that night. So sometimes Earth talks very directly to people to let them know things
Oh,
are coming because she doesn't want to hurt them, but she's got to do whatever this earthquake needs to do. Or
yeah.
this is what I believe.
Yeah. It's frequency energy and vibrational energy and so forth, and people pick up on it. Especially like you're very focused on it. The coronal holes. I've never seen any. I've never even thought about coronal holes, and since I've watched your work, I can see that the coronal holes definitely have an impact. Weather, earthquakes, volcanic activity, you name it. Coronal holes, which you've covered quite well, has an impact. It's very impressive.
Yeah, I'll pull one up right now for people to see, just so they can see it. I'll put it behind me.
Nice.
And I can just quickly turn myself off. These coronal holes are the dark spots on the sun.
Mm-hmm.
And those are areas where the outermost atmosphere of the sun, which is all plasma, the fourth state of matter, is deficient. So there's not that much plasma there. And that affects the light flux that we receive, and they have a special magnetic field to them, and it gets they emit these high-speed streams of solar wind. So it's very, very interesting. But yeah, this solar cycle specifically has had these big trans-equatorial coronal holes, so cutting through the solar equator, meaning that they very nicely hit us with their special solar wind, their high-speed streams of solar wind, low density, and the magnetic field connection. And so that has been, I've tracked that for a while. Not necessarily because I went into this knowing about coronal holes, but just because we saw over and over and over and over this connection.
Yeah.
And a great example of this is back in March of just last year, 2025, when we had this gigantic coronal hole on the sun, like really massive coronal hole, transequatorial right there. And at the same time that connected to us and it went geo-affected everything, we had Mercury and Venus directly in front of the Earth, both performing what are known as inferior conjunctions.
Mm-hmm.
Or if we use astrology lingo, a cazimi. But Mercury and Venus can do inferior conjunctions or superior. Superior would be when they're on the other side of the sun. So they were both in line. So it was a Sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth alignment. You have that coronal hole at the magnetic field connecting all of them together. And then on March 28th, we had a big storm from that, big geostorm on like the 24th or 25th. Then on the 28th, we had the magnitude 7.7 earthquake strike Myanmar, which was very destructive. On that same day, and there was an aftershock, a 6.7, I believe. There was also two earthquakes that struck a mid-ocean ridge, a 6.6 and a 6.1 or a 6.2. So it was clearly a seismic burst. And in fact, that was the beginning of a bigger seismic burst that went into April for 2025. But at the same time as that magnitude 7.7, just like what we had yesterday, there was a huge solar flare and coronal mass ejection on the limb of the sun. And so it did not launch a solar storm to hit us, but the timing was that we get this gigantic solar flare, just solar explosion, basically. One of the biggest of the solar cycle, right? Definitely in that top list. It went off like a Death Star beam or something. And then we had that magnitude 7.7. So it was one of these clusterings of outlier events. You have this outlier planetary geometry. You have this outlier gigantic coronal hole. You have this outlier gigantic solar explosion. You have this outlier, it wasn't the megaquake in Russia, it was the 7.7 in Myanmar. And on the 6th of December in last year, 2025. We had the Hubbard Glacier earthquake, Alaska. That also occurred to the minute with a solar flare, same as yesterday. Myanmar wasn't to the minute, but it was like very, very close in time. It was like within a couple hours or something like that. So it's just, you pay attention and it just blows your mind. And you're still trying to figure out how we can utilize this observational data to make better forecast for when we should be maybe expecting things to happen, and therefore to be prepared a little bit more wherever you are. That's like the next frontier. But clearly, observationally, we're being given the down low all the time. Like, yeah, it's happening. Just pay attention. You'll see it.
Yeah, fantastic. And so, wow, great, great information. Thanks for, sharing everything. You have a website and a store, earthevolution.com.
Yeah, we have a variety of, there's a little bit of channel merchandise like sweatshirts and shirts and whatever. And we also have a variety of holistic wellness products. So it's all made by people. For example, the tea blends are all organic. They're mixed and made in Pennsylvania. I used to do it myself, but then my dad's helping out now.
Nice.
We also have some other products from other people. So you'll have to, if you place an order, I'll refund you, but we'll send some tea your way if you guys are into that, or the coffee, whatever you want.
Definitely. Yeah.
I'd like to do that for guest appearances. That's always fun. So that's a resource for people. They're really super high quality because everything you buy in stores now, not everything, but a lot of it's just like the dust at the bottom of a barrel. It's unfortunate. So this is United States only.
Okay. So your boom shakalaka. I love that. That's fun when you bring that up.
Yeah, I don't really know. Well, I was trying to get like a good intro for a video one day, and I was just like banging my head against the wall. I don't know why I was struggling so much, but I was. And then because I have my thing recording, and I'll just then when I edit my video, cut out all the prior takes beforehand, and then all of a sudden it's like boom shakalaka, guys, we had this huge thing happen or whatever. And I decided to keep that one, and it just stuck. That's the one thing that stuck very, very well. So I appreciate you and your support and viewership. And, there's people across the whole range that they know very little, but they enjoy it. And then there's people like yourselves who, you've been to all these or a lot of these energy sites multiple times. You've been studying this for decades, and you're also watching, supporting, and that helps hold this resonance. That's really changing things quite quickly. And my job is really just to make sure I don't screw it up and just to be a good relayer of information, right? It doesn't need to be any more complex than that. Have a little bit of fun because people, you don't want them to be bored nowadays, but you don't need to go crazy or wild. Just to have a good delivery of information because, I'm doing all this research, everything that's cool, great, whatever. Other people are doing that too. I think the bigger picture here is that I'm tapping into a group collective resonance of information and understanding and sharing that. And so it's not just my own efforts. It's really just this collective resonance, standing wave, Schumann thing, whatever, that we all are building together is a critical component to me even being able to do these presentations, I think.
Yeah.
In the first place.
Fantastic. Such a treat to have you on, Stefan. Thanks so much for coming on. Again, we're following your work, promoting you as much as we can. I put little tidbits of your stuff out there all the time and link it to some of the stuff that I'm following and doing as well. Because it seems like we're both kind of moving in the same direction for a lot of stuff. So thanks so much for coming on.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, why, in taking down the Illuminati deep state cabal, Q said, Israel will be last. Answer, the pretend Jews of Zionist Israel have been the command center for the UK Crown, Vatican and U.S. Incorporated. Global agenda that sought total control over humanity. Israel was the very evil heartbeat of these Satan-worshipping elites which, while hiding in the shadows, controlled the mainstream media narrative to their own advantage. This deep state planned a complete global financial crisis to set a stage where every move could be monitored, every bit of food, controlled, every financial transaction tracked, every dissenting voice, silenced. The deep state's endgame was clear: they wanted to push the world into a crisis so severe that the public would beg for their prepackaged solution, a one-world government, digital currency, and total surveillance. Be possible timing Monday, May 25, 2026. The greatest financial and political shift in modern history is underway. The global currency reset has been released. Mass arrests have been happening for some time. 3 more days. Be ready. Blackout. The world is connected, is watching. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. WANO7 confirmed the below schedule for the final activation phase, signaling the storm is upon us as Donald Trump restores the republic via the global currency reset. On Monday, May 25, 2026, the global currency reset ignites the gold-backed quantum financial system in 209 nations. Trump ripped the Fed from the cabal. It's now in the sovereign U.S. Treasury. NISRA/JSRA fully enacted with no income tax and new 14% sales tax on goods. Deep state melting as military raids their pedophile rings, sending elites to Gitmo. The children are saved at last from these monsters. On Wednesday, May 27, 2026, banks begin the QFS transition. Patriots stock food, cash, water and essentials right away. On Wednesday night, Trump to drop an announcement that will shock the world. President Donald Trump Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. On Thursday, May 28, 2026, a 48-hour blackout countdown begins where banks will go dark for the next 10 days. On Saturday, May 30, 2026, the 10 days of darkness begin. Starlink EBS exposes cabal crimes, fraud and CT by elites in Hollywood. Martial law locks down pedophile arrests worldwide. Fake Biden regime ends as Republic returns. On Moon. June 1, 2026, the global currency reset and NISRA/JSRA laws will activate. Debt forgiveness frees all from slavery. Gold currencies bring prosperity to the people. Each individual will receive EBS message on cell phones, text and/or email to notify how to set an appointment at an official redemption center to set up your personal wallet, formerly known as a bank account. You will be given a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status and access to your own sovereign fund dashboard. On Wednesday, June 3, 2026, President Trump will tweet on X, formerly known as Twitter, where will he say, "My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless." The EBS broadcast tribunals revealing the satanic Khazarian mafia. Trump and white hats crush the globalists completely. Mr. Pool 2.0 on Telegram. The technology once hoarded by the cabal now serves humanity first. Insiders stress that protective operations around capitals are directly enabling this historic release by neutralizing threats. For the QAnon community and all who have held the line, this marks a powerful confirmation that the plan is unfolding exactly as intended. Children rescued from the darkest networks are among the first receiving these treatments, mending shattered bodies and spirits. Communities poisoned by suppressed technologies are finding renewal. Miraculous recovery testimonies are spreading, building unstoppable momentum toward full planetary healing. Skepticism after years of delays is natural, yet the mounting evidence of tangible results is dismantling doubts rapidly. The timing was strategic to ensure that technology could never be withheld or weaponized again. The healing wave is here, transforming suffering into strength and igniting mass awakening. The best is yet to come as full public access expands in the coming weeks with full disclosures during global broadcast events. Trump and allied white hat forces have overseen every step, guaranteeing alignment with sovereignty, financial freedom and truth. Martial law, your city could be next. The military is already entrenched in problematic cities, especially those with strong Antifa and BLM presences. The air is thick with tension. Will you be confined to your home under the guise of safety? The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, is looming, and when it hits, it will be swift and silent. The digital world will go dark, and the new era will begin. EBS survival, prepare now or pay later. 1. Essentials, stock up on water, non-perishable food, and meds. Pharmacies will be closed, and your medical records inaccessible. 2. Cash, ATMs won't work. Credit cards will be useless. Have cash on hand to survive the blackout. 3. Mental fortitude, the shock will be overwhelming. Stay calm, think clearly, and help those who are paralyzed by fear. The unveiling, disclosures and the death of deception. When the EBS ends, the truth will flood out, military tribunals, public executions, and revelations that will shake you to your core. This isn't a movie, it's real, and it's coming to your screen. The corrupt cities, from LA to New York, will be exposed in ways you never imagined. A new dawn, the quantum financial revolution. As the world descends into chaos, a financial revolution is about to flip everything upside down. Redemption centers and quantum financial access cards will replace the old, corrupt system. Your wealth, secured and mirrored on the quantum financial system, QFS, will be safe. But this isn't just about money, it's about purity of heart. To access this new financial realm, you must embody forgiveness and unconditional love. For those holding ZIM bonds, the path is even more intricate. Redemption centers will guide you, but secrecy is key. NDAs will keep the process under wraps, and payouts could stretch over 25 years. This is about stability, not greed. The final countdown, prepare for the new age. The world as we know it is ending, and a new reality is being born. Only those who are prepared will thrive. The old world is crumbling, and from its ashes, a new age of transparency and abundance is emerging. Stay vigilant. The storm is here, and it's only going to get stronger. The time to act is now. Spread this message, prepare for the changes, and step into the future where the people, not the elites, hold the power. The revolution is here, be on the right side of history. Global currency reset. Judy note, to my knowledge no one has been privy to the exact information about when Tier 4B, us the Internet Group, will be notified to set redemption/exchange appointments. That is the decision of 1 to 2 people, one being President Trump. We only know notification will be around the time of EBS activation and likely during the 10 days of communication darkness. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is controlled by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. Phase 2 begins June. The targets are not anonymous. They have Wikipedia pages. They have verified accounts. They have security details. When the names drop, and they will, remember, you were told here first. They started with the ones nobody would defend. Smart. Build public support. Then go up. The children are being saved. The network is being mapped. The names are coming. 463 down. The ones above them can't sleep tonight. What we think we know. This of twos. May 26, 2026, Monday, May 25, 2026. Former U.S. Naval Intelligence Officer Milton William Cooper alleged that President John F. Kennedy was killed by Secret Service agent William Greer, the driver of the presidential limousine, rather than Lee Harvey Oswald acting alone. In 2001, just weeks before the attacks, Cooper predicted that a major terrorist strike on a U.S. city would occur and that Osama bin Laden would be immediately blamed for it. Monday, May 25, 2026. J6 prisoners demand compensation. Pardon. J6 defendants are demanding full compensation from Trump's $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund. Claiming political persecution, they say Biden-era prosecutions destroyed their lives, families, and finances. Now, they demand government accountability and to be paid in full. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. This weekend the Department of Justice erased January 6 from the Internet. The DOJ deleted every press release, every charge, every conviction related to January 6 from their website. Gone. 1,500 plus cases. Years of records. Exposed. The government that did it just admitted it was a lie. Every judge, prosecutor who prosecuted and sentenced them. Every outlet that called them insurrectionists, exposed. Judy note, I don't know about you, but I thoroughly agree that J6 prisoners should have adequate compensation for what these patriots were put through. But I think the monies should directly come from the Democratic National Party and their leader Nancy Pelosi, who planned and executed the whole fiasco. And, Perhaps we should add the Washington, D.C. police and mainstream media as perpetrators who not only covered up, but blatantly participated in the J6 crimes. We need to make them responsible for what they have done to innocent people, and for depriving us all of our freedom of speech. Monday, May 25, 2026, Bombshell Expose, The Dark Secrets of Washington, D.C., the Occult Symbols and Hidden Agendas Controlling America. Monday, May 25, 2026, Tucker Carlson Special Report, Ex-Freemason Claims Global Power, Secret Societies, Occult Rituals, and Spiritual Warfare Shape the Modern World. And Monday, May 25, 2026, Wait until you realize 9/11 wasn't the only inside job. Decoded, Safeguard on Telegram, USS Maine equals Spanish-American War, 1898, remember the Maine. Was the 1890s version of weapons of mass destruction. The explosion that launched America into war with Spain. Search, USS Maine false flag theory. Lusitania equals World War I setup. Germany warned Americans not to board this ship. It was secretly carrying munitions. Got sunk. America joins World War I. Search, Lusitania ammunition smuggling, Pearl Harbor equals let it happen on purpose. Declassified docs show FDR may have known the attack was coming and needed it to rally support for World War II. Search, MC column memo Pearl Harbor. Operation Northwoods equals Cold War clownery. This one's not theory, it's fact. The U.S. Joint Chiefs literally proposed staging fake terror attacks on Americans to start a war with Cuba. Search, Operation Northwoods full document. 9/11 equals the Crown Jewel Building 7 wasn't hit by a plane. NORAD stood down. The Patriot Act was pre-written. Halliburton got rich. Google, Building 7 free fall collapse and while you're at it, project for the new American century 9/11. Your history class was propaganda. Your government doesn't ask for war. It scripts it. And every surprise attack just happens to be exactly what they needed. At the perfect time. Welcome to the truth train. No brakes. No masks. No mercy. History is not boring. It's rigged. Oh, Monday, May 25, 2026 Crowell, Texas residents complain about light and noise from new Google data center, Patriot Freedom on Telegram. Residents in Crowell, Texas, are reporting severe light pollution and constant noise linked to a nearby large-scale Google AI data center under construction. Locals say the facility operates 24/7 with intense exterior lighting that brightens the night sky and continuous mechanical noise from cooling systems and generators. The project, part of a broader hyperscale data center expansion in Texas, has drawn opposition from some residents who argue it disrupts rural life and raises concerns about environmental impact, including light pollution, noise levels, and resource use. Town hall meetings have reportedly included complaints from residents on both sides of the political spectrum. Monday, May 25, 2026 BQQQM. Famous people arrested and executed, Deep State and Freefall, Gitmo now on Telegram. The illusion is crumbling. The Deep State's grip is slipping, their doubles exposed, their puppets eliminated. You were told this would happen. Now it's here. The arrests have been quiet, but the tribunals are not. The names you know. Gone. What you see. Clones, doubles, CGI. The truth. Hidden in plain sight. The list keeps growing. Their crimes. Beyond imagination. Treason, child trafficking, crimes against humanity. Justice is swift, punishment is final. Military tribunals have left no escape. The fake media. Silent. But patriots. Louder than ever. The high-profile executions you never heard about, Barack Obama, gone. A traitor to America. Shot by firing squad. Hillary Clinton, gone. Convicted of crimes beyond belief. Bill Gates and Melinda Gates, executed. Their empire. A mirage. Joe Biden, deceased. What's left? An actor, a mask, a lie. Tom Hanks, Oprah, Ellen, arrested. Their satanic rituals exposed. Prince Charles, Queen Elizabeth, removed. What's left of the royals? Nothing. Hollywood's elite. Rotting in Gitmo. Their puppets keep falling, every fake celebrity, every corrupt politician, taken down, replaced, or eliminated. The tribunals are not stopping. This is bigger than anyone imagined. Patriots worldwide know the truth. And now, it can't be stopped. Their final play, a massive distraction, expect false flags, media blackouts, Staged events. The panic is real. They want to hide what's happening, but it's too late. The storm is here. Nothing can stop what's coming. Democrats equals deep state. The arrests continue. If you still believe the lies, you're not awake. The truth is everywhere. The ones in control. Not who you think. 2024 equals the final stage. The Great Awakening is here. Spread this far and wide. The world must know. BQQQM. It's happening now. The great finale is upon us. Enjoy the show. Q Monday, May 25, 2026. FBI file bombshell. The Biden-Burisma scandal returns to shake Washington. New World Order on Telegram. A buried FBI document is once again igniting one of the most explosive corruption controversies in modern American politics. According to the resurfaced federal file, a confidential human source alleged that Joe and Hunter Biden each received $5 million from a Burisma executive while Joe Biden served as Vice President of the United States. The alleged objective: remove Ukrainian prosecutor Viktor Shokin, the prosecutor connected to investigations involving Burisma Holdings, and secure political protection for the company's interests. The line that detonated across political circles: $5 million for one Biden, $5 million for the other. According to the source cited in the FBI report, the payments were allegedly routed through a complex network of offshore accounts and financial channels designed to make tracing the money nearly impossible for years. This wasn't described as random corruption. It was presented as a carefully structured system built to outlast investigations and shield the people involved from accountability. And then came the moment the world already remembers: Joe Biden publicly boasting on camera about pressuring Ukraine to fire the prosecutor. "I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money." For critics, that statement now carries enormous political weight in light of the resurfaced FBI material. The controversy has also reopened debate surrounding President Trump's 2019 impeachment, which centered around his request for Ukraine to investigate possible Biden-related corruption tied to Burisma. Supporters argue the scandal points toward foreign influence, abuse of political power, financial corruption, and a deeper protection system surrounding elite political figures. Critics continue to emphasize that allegations inside FBI files are not criminal convictions and that no court ruling has proven the claims. Monday, May 25, 2026. Ex-Freemason exposes the hidden system of power, occult influence, and global control. Pastor Bob Joyce, Elvis, on Telegram. One of the most explosive interviews of 2026 is detonating across the internet after Tucker Carlson sat down with a former Freemason who claims the modern world is controlled by far more than governments, elections, and money. According to the discussion, behind politics, media, central banks, and global institutions exists a hidden system of psychological manipulation, occult influence, secret societies, and spiritual warfare shaping civilization from the shadows. The interview dives into subjects long mocked or censored: Freemasonry, ritual symbolism, central banking, transhumanism, media conditioning, spiritual influence, and what the speaker describes as a hidden battle between light and darkness operating behind modern society itself. At the center of the conversation is one core claim: the most powerful people in the world understand that human consciousness can be manipulated through fear, symbols, media, and engineered emotional control. The ex-Freemason describes Masonic rituals, sacred geometry, checkerboard symbolism, and initiation ceremonies as systems designed to influence perception and connect members to what he calls the invisible world behind material reality. The interview also revisits ancient stories tied to King Solomon, the Knights Templar, hidden knowledge, and elite groups allegedly preserving secret spiritual systems for centuries. But the most controversial section focuses on media and modern culture. According to the discussion, television, social media, repetitive music, fear-driven news, and entertainment industries no longer simply inform the public, they program emotional behavior, shape thought patterns, and manufacture mass psychological control. Fear, outrage, panic, and division are described as tools used to keep populations emotionally destabilized and easier to manage. The interview then shifts toward the Federal Reserve, global banking networks, and international financial systems, arguing that modern societies increasingly operate through debt, surveillance, and dependency rather than genuine freedom. Another major theme is transhumanism, the merging of technology, AI, biotechnology, and digital systems into human life itself. The warning is direct: Future power structures may seek to make human behavior programmable, trackable, and controllable through technology. Throughout the interview, one message becomes impossible to ignore: millions of people are no longer blindly trusting institutions, media systems, and official narratives. For critics, the conversation is dangerous conspiracy theory. For supporters, it confirms what they believe has been hidden in plain sight for decades, that the real war is no longer just political. It is psychological, spiritual, financial, and informational. And now, more people than ever are beginning to ask, who is really controlling the system behind the curtain? Monday, May 25, 2026. The system is bleeding. Their power is leaking from every crack they once fortified with secrecy, blood rituals, and digital manipulation. The operations have intensified. The strongholds are turning to ash. The stolen wealth is being seized. Nizar and Jazara connected on Telegram. The final chapter approaches, but the last page hasn't turned. We're beyond the tipping point. This is the breakdown of a global mechanism that ruled humanity for centuries. Every hour, more of their infrastructure crumbles. Global structures cracking, 47 bunkers taken out. Military insiders confirm 47 deep state bunkers and underground hubs neutralized or seized in recent weeks. These weren't primitive shelters, they were subterranean cities, run by AI systems, shielded by electromagnetic barriers, powered by plasma grids, hidden beneath public spaces. An agreement has been largely negotiated, subject to finalization between the United States of America, the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the various other countries as listed, President Trump announced on Sunday, May 24, 2026. If the Iranian conflict was finally settled, it would clear the way for Iran to be part of the gold/asset-backed global currency reset of 209 nations, and explain why Iranian real new rates were already listed on back screens of redemption centers. No nation could participate in the GCR if they were at war with another country. Still, on Sunday 24th of May, Trump announced that a Moab is about to drop. It was rumored that he referred to a scare event in the form of a global financial crisis about to happen. The satanic-worshipping deep state cabal's control over the US dollar since 1913 and subsequent printing of fiat dollars since their 2008 bankruptcy, has put the world in crisis. For some time the US dollar has not been accepted for international trade, feeding a fast-growing global financial crisis that has brought us to the tip of World War III. Which was what the deep state wanted, so they could mandate a global digital currency that was backed by gold, but only they would hold the gold. Those participating in their Great Reset would be bound by their dark rules and told not only how they could spend their monies, but how they could live, or not. The global financial crisis scare event about to happen called for intervention, though Trump had already trumped the situation over a month ago. On Thursday, April 16, 2026, Trump released the global currency reset of 209 sovereign nations. Over this past Memorial Day weekend, top internet sites have been warning of a pending EBS alert where martial law would take over for a 10 to 12 communication blackout. Sunday, May 24, 2026, EBS activation alert: the countdown has begun. Stay informed. Stay prepared. Stay connected as the world moves toward a new financial and communication era. Cell broadcast push incoming. Stay home, stay calm, stay in prayer. Starlink will carry the truth. On Monday, May 25, 2026, the global currency reset ignites the gold-backed quantum financial system in 209 nations. Trump ripped the Fed from the cabal. It's now in the sovereign U.S. Treasury. Nizar/Jazara fully enacted with no income tax and new 14% sales tax on goods. Deep state melting as military raids their pedophile rings, sending elites to Gitmo. The children are saved at last from these monsters. On Wednesday, May 27, 2026, banks begin the QFS transition. Patriots stock food, cash, water and essentials right away. On Wednesday night, Trump to drop an announcement that will shock the world. President Donald Trump Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. On Thursday, May 28, 2026, a 48-hour blackout countdown begins where banks will go dark for the next 10 days. On Saturday, May 30, 2026, the 10 days of darkness begin. Starlink EBS exposes cabal crimes, fraud and CT by elites in Hollywood. Martial law locks down pedophile arrests worldwide. Fake Biden regime ends as Republic returns. Meanwhile, Saturday, May 23, 2026 evening, Trump's global military alliance performed raids on deep state perpetrators that hit Rome, Brussels, London and Washington, D.C. Over 500,000 Satanic Network members across the globe were now in custody. A. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now are supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Sunday, May 24, 2026. The world's fastest plane SR-71 Blackbird proves the Earth isn't a ball in its record flight from NY to London in under 2 hours. Distance is 3,459 miles. Curvature: if we lived on the globe, Earth would be 1,298 miles. That would mean it would need to go over 650 miles in an hour or over 10 miles every minute. Sunday, May 24, 2026. Arizona ranks among the higher volume states for human trafficking reports, driven by border proximity, tourism corridors, and vulnerable populations including unaccompanied minors, runaways, and foster youth. Sedona and the Verde Valley function as transit and exploitation nodes due to high visitor traffic, isolated desert terrain, and hospitality infrastructure. Sunday, May 24, 2026. In 1993, after Jeffrey Epstein first visited the Clinton White House, trillions began to vanish from the DoD and HUD federal agencies through undocumented adjustments. It was suspected that Epstein ran the SWIFT system to launder the money, according to Catherine Austin Fitts, former Assistant Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. 4 years later, in 1997, the United States under President Bill Clinton achieved its first federal budget surplus in 29 years, effectively ending a streak of deficits that had lasted since 1969. The surplus announcement was a suspected cover-up for the trillions still being laundered by Epstein through the cabal-owned SWIFT system. The laundered money escalated to $21 trillion by 2017, matching the entire U.S. national debt then, plus $29 trillion in bailouts, totaling $50 trillion. Saturday, May 23, 2026. Actor David Spade just exposed something insane in California. A bipartisan bill was introduced to audit where $20+ billion in missing homeless funding went. It passed. But, then Gavin Newsom vetoed it to block the investigation. He's also vetoed similar audit bills, AB 2570 and AB 2093, Trump Truth Revolution on Telegram. Saturday, May 23, 2026. On January 6, the Capitol Police cuffed an FBI paid confidential human source, led him to the side, uncuffed him, and gave him a fist bump. In other words, the January 6 attack was a criminal conspiracy, instigated by Nancy Pelosi and others, carried out by Christopher Wray to set the stage and entrap Trump supporters, allowing the illegitimate, unelected terrorist organization to brand them as domestic terrorists. So why the hell haven't the rest of the tapes been released yet? Great awakening now on Telegram. Saturday, May 23, 2026. Stan Merrill, the man who was hired to pave over Charlie Kirk's murder scene days later, says the governor and the FBI asked me to get it done by Monday. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. All reports said that Utah Valley University, UVU, described the work as routine landscaping, beautification, or a pre-scheduled renovation. Now the FBI and governor requested the crime scene be paved over immediately. The storm is here on Telegram. Judy note, there are videos of the property under the table where Kirk sat that show what appears to be entrance to an underground tunnel. The hole was dug about a week before the incident. Another picture shows workmen covering up the hole right after the shooting. Did you know it was rumored that Jazzara required non-citizens to reside in their own country to collect benefits? People could not receive Jazzara benefits in the country in which they presently reside if they were not a citizen of that country. No country can participate in the global currency reset and new gold-backed global financial system if they were at war with another country. B. Possible timing. On Saturday, May 23, 2026, Swan 07 confirmed the below schedule for the final activation phase, signaling the storm is upon us as Donald Trump restores the republic via the global currency reset. On Monday, May 25, 2026, the global currency reset ignites the gold-backed quantum financial system in 209 nations. Trump ripped the Fed from the cabal. It's now in the sovereign U.S. Treasury. Jazzara fully enacted with no income tax and new 14% sales tax on goods. Deep state melting as military raids their pedophile rings, sending elites to Gitmo. The children are saved at last from these monsters. On Wednesday, May 27, 2026, banks begin the QFS transition. Patriots stock food, cash, water and essentials right away. On Wednesday night, Trump to drop an announcement that will shock the world, President Donald Trump Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. On Thursday, May 28, 2026, a 48-hour blackout countdown begins where banks will go dark for the next 10 days. On Saturday, May 30, 2026, the 10 days of darkness begin. Starlink EBS exposes cabal crimes, fraud and CT by elites in Hollywood. Martial law locks down pedophile arrests worldwide. Fake Biden regime ends as Republic returns. On Moon. June 1, 2026, the global currency reset and Nizara/Jazara laws will activate. Debt forgiveness frees all from slavery. Gold currencies bring prosperity to the people. Each individual will receive EBS message on cell phones, text and/or email to notify how to set an appointment at an official redemption center to set up your personal wallet, formerly known as a bank account. You will be given a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status and access to your own sovereign fund dashboard. On Wednesday, June 3, 2026, President Trump will tweet on X, formerly known as Twitter, where will he say, "My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless." The EBS broadcast tribunals revealing the satanic Khazarian mafia. Trump and white hats crush the globalists completely, Mr. Pool 2.0 on Telegram. Global currency reset. Judy note, to my knowledge no one has been privy to the exact information about when Tier 4B, us the Internet Group, will be notified to set redemption/exchange appointments. That is the decision of 1 to 2 people, one being President Trump. We only know notification will be around the time of EBS activation and likely during the 10 days of communication darkness. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is controlled by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet, bank account, at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Restored Republic, F. Sunday, May 24, 2026 bombshell, 300,000 federal indictments, the swamp's collapse is imminent, Gitmo now on Telegram. The biggest corruption takedown in U.S. history is happening now. 300,000 federal indictments, the very core of the swamp is crumbling. Politicians, judges, CEOs, Hollywood elites, exposed, child exploitation, human trafficking, treason, every crime imaginable. The list is astounding, and it's only the beginning. This isn't just another scandal. This is a full-scale purge. Gitmo is preparing for the flood. Planes are on standby. The deep state's worst nightmares are coming true. The swamp tried to hide it, sealed indictments, secret trials, media blackouts, but patriots fought back. The numbers skyrocketed, from 35,000 to 60,000. Now 300,000. A tidal wave of justice that can't be stopped. Gitmo cells are filling fast. The elite's crimes, especially those targeting children, are the darkest stains on this nation. High-ranking officials, both Democrat and Republican, exposed as predators, pedophiles, traffickers, Satanists. All of them. They thought they were untouchable. They thought their secrets would stay buried. They were wrong. Massive resignations, sudden retirements, desperate media distractions, they're running scared. But there's nowhere left to hide. The news tightens daily. Gitmo is waiting. The storm isn't coming. It's here. Trust the plan. Justice is being served. The swamp is draining, and it's glorious. Sunday, May 24, 2026, the system is bleeding. Their power is leaking from every crack they once fortified with secrecy. The operations have intensified. The strongholds are turning to ash. The stolen wealth is being seized. Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. The final chapter approaches, but the last page hasn't turned. We're beyond the tipping point. This is the breakdown of a global mechanism that ruled humanity for centuries. Every hour, more of their infrastructure crumbles. Global structures cracking, 47 bunkers taken out. Military insiders confirm 47 deep state bunkers and underground hubs neutralized or seized in recent weeks. These weren't primitive shelters, They were subterranean cities, run by AI systems, shielded by electromagnetic barriers, powered by plasma grids, hidden beneath public spaces. Some of these sites were centuries old, operating beneath cities, airports, and national parks. They were preparing for a future without us. Now, those plans are dust. The final network, collapsing fast, the elite's core power structure is still intact, but losing ground fast. This isn't just physical, it's energetic, digital, psychological warfare zones collapsing from within. Underground cities remain in remote regions, South Pole sectors, the Urals, Pacific Rim, but their nodes are failing, tunnels collapsing, command systems fracturing. Strategic destabilization is underway, not full eradication yet, but suffocating every mechanism they rely on. Elite infighting, the fragmentation begins, new intel confirms deep state factions turning on each other. Their structure is imploding before the final strikes hit. Without central command, infighting has erupted. In Switzerland, a Rothschild operative was found dead, likely executed by rival technocrats over collapsing crypto chains. In Belgium, a meeting of EU banking elites turned violent, with access disks destroyed on site. In the UAE, 2 figures tied to off-world trade have gone missing after sabotage of escape routes. QFS phase, active but covert. The quantum financial system is already live in classified test zones, Eastern Europe, Southeast Asia, South America, elite gold holdings converted into citizen assets. Biometric access cards distributed to operatives and select citizens. Central banking records wiped, erasing debt slavery foundations. Media collapse, signals failing, mainstream media is collapsing at the code level, Starlink nodes reroute satellite systems, bypassing legacy telecoms, propaganda grids are failing, subconscious overlays, disinformation assets. Sunday, May 24, 2026. Jazara is being silently enforced by Trump's team while the media covers it up. IRS chief abruptly resigns, global banking system begins to implode, and the people's stolen wealth is being reclaimed behind the scenes through the quantum financial system QFS. Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. Everything you've been told is a lie. The media, the government, the so-called financial experts, all following the script. Jazara was never enacted. The IRS functions as usual. But behind closed doors, the global financial grid is undergoing a silent takeover, not by the elite, but by the alliance of patriots who've planned this moment for decades. Donald Trump, the rightful president, didn't return on January 20, 2025, to fix things. He came back to finish the job. The military-backed operation to implement Jazara is in motion. Regime media's denials. Irrelevant. The switch is flipping. The world is shifting. The proof they hide: if Jazara isn't real, why did the IRS chief information officer resign without a trace? No replacement. No media frenzy. Because the IRS is collapsing internally, its very existence violates Jazara. Jazara mandates the abolition of income tax and a fair, tariff-based system. Sound familiar? Trump's new economic policy, tariffs, gold reserves, national self-reliance, it's not random. It's Jazara protocol. They claim Jazara isn't recognized. Then why are central banks collapsing? Why are dozens of nations hoarding gold and silver? Because the reset is live. Jazara is military-enforced global restructuring. It overrides corrupt governments, bypasses banking cartels, replaces fiat fraud with asset-backed truth. The quantum financial system is online while the public obsesses over stock charts and CBDCs. The QFS, secured by U.S. Space Force, is already operational. Tracking every transaction. SWIFT is being dismantled. Banking executives are retiring or disappearing. The elite flee to bunkers, but the grid is locked. Your wealth. No longer in Rothschild-owned banks. Black budgets. Gone. Debt slavery. Over. Jazara equals war on the elite. Jazara isn't a policy. It's a takedown. It demands the return of stolen wealth, the release of forbidden technologies, and military tribunals. Thousands of trafficking networks dismantled. BIS executives under house arrest. European royals silenced. Vatican assets seized, rerouted into quantum vaults. CIA black sites shut down. Gold reserves beneath Getty Museum, Vatican, DUMBS recovered. The media denies it all. Wikipedia is CIA-run. Fact-checkers are gatekeepers. Their goal? Keep you docile while the system collapses. Trump knew. Trump knows. Trump leads. He wasn't brought back to win an election. He leads the takedown of the financial beast. Every executive order, every move against the Fed, every Space Force appointment, all part of the Jazar activation plan. IRS collapsing. Dollar restructured under a new gold standard. Military surrounding major cities under the guise of training. When the EBS drops, the world won't be the same. How to prepare: secure silver and gold. Exit centralized banks. Research redemption centers. Prepare for blackout communications. Detach from media control. April 16, 2025, the breaking point. Jazara isn't coming. It's begun. The Patriots hold the line. The systems fall. The wealth returns. Nothing can stop what is coming. P. Sunday, May 24, 2026, Pfizer's own documents list 1,291 side effects they knew about before the public rollout. They asked the FDA to hide this list for 75 years, Red Pill Project on Telegram. In early 2022, a federal judge ordered the FDA to release Pfizer's clinical trial documents. Pfizer had requested that these documents remain sealed until the year 2097. 75 years. They wanted you to be dead before you could read what they already knew. Page 30 of the released document, titled Cumulative Analysis of Post-Authorization Adverse Event Reports, contains a list of 1,291 adverse events of special interest. Not 12. Not 50. 1,291. The document confirms that within the first 90 days of rollout, Pfizer received 42,086 case reports of adverse events. Of those, 1,223 were fatal. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is Pfizer's own internal safety document, written by their own scientists, submitted to the FDA, and hidden from the public until a court forced its release. The document reference number is BNT 162B2, 5.3.6 Cumulative Analysis of Post-Authorization Adverse Event Reports. It is now publicly available. Anyone can read it. Yet no major news network has ever shown it on screen. They did not hide it because it was safe. They hid it because page 30 alone would have ended the entire program overnight. Q. Saturday, May 23, 2026. Rockefeller Elites patent remote control for human bodies. They can switch your cells on and off from afar. Quantum financial system on Telegram. All reportedly share a basic humanoid form with 2 arms and 2 legs. Nordics and reptilians stand roughly 6 feet tall, while greys are smaller with large eyes and hairless bodies. Reptilians are described as scaly and lizard-like with tails, and insectoids resemble upright praying mantises. The claims add fuel to long-running assertions by whistleblowers. Former Air Force intelligence officer David Grush testified before Congress in 2023 that the U.S. possesses non-human biologics recovered from multiple crash sites. FARA, whose film explores alleged crash retrieval programs, described the extreme caution surrounding the topic. "I've talked off the record with some people who are involved in recoveries," he told Bartlett. They would not go on camera to do interviews. He recounted one potential witness who backed out days before filming, writing that participation would mean forfeiting my life. Saturday, May 23, 2026. The dark money funding America's chaos with Soros, Rockefeller, Obama, Clinton's, USAID, SPLC, and other corrupt NGOs behind it all. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Federal Reserve financial accounts say NGOs held a total of over $14.12 trillion in assets in 2025. $3+ billion combined annual revenues of around 500 left-wing activist groups, including socialist communist organizations coordinating major protests like the No Kings and other protests per year. Around $1.5+ billion annual revenue in spending by Arabella Advisors' dark money network, progressive advocacy, protests, activism per year. On top of all of this, one of the most concerning aspects is the amount of money dumped into swaying and fixing elections from these same billionaires and NGOs. This alone is a major part of these regime change operations being conducted on U.S. soil and around the globe. The follow the money trail leads straight to the usual suspects. Globalist billionaires and their corrupt NGO empire. This isn't isolated to campus protests. It's a global operation of radical left violence and societal breakdown that runs real operations and agendas to destroy America and any conservative movement globally. Violence mixed with propaganda and psychological operations are being funded by your own taxpayer dollars for your own demise. Domestic extremists/civil unrest advocates, $61 million, Arabella, $7,821,930, Buffett, $8,557,500, Ford, $10,110,825, Rockefeller, $9,819,959, Singham, $610,000, Soros, $5,755,308, Tides, $18,765,690, Pro-Hamas/Radical Islam, $98 million, Arabella, $3,253,604, Buffett, $12,025,074, Ford, $30,757,185, Foreign influence, $87,040, Rockefeller, $6,535,906, Soros, $33,307,474, Tides, $12,300,750. USAID supported independent media in over 30 countries, but the full harm to global media is hard to assess since organizations hesitate to speak out, fearing loss of funding or political attacks. Per a Now Offline 2023 fact sheet, it aided 6,200 journalists, 707 non-state outlets, and 279 media CSOs. The 2025 budget allocates $268,376,000 for independent media and free information flow. George Soros and his Open Society foundations have poured hundreds of millions more through dark money pipelines into groups like the Open Society, Tides, Indivisible, Jewish Voice for Peace, U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights, and Education for Just Peace in the Middle East. These aren't peaceful protesters, they're paid organizers turning student activism into organized disruption, property damage, and chaos. Soros has admitted he wants to remake societies. And America's streets are his latest lab experiment. The Rockefeller Brothers Fund is right there with him, dumping over $500,000 into the same networks fueling these anti-Israel radicals. Old money meets new radicalism, funding the very groups turning college quads into battlegrounds. Obama and the Clintons built the machine and structured the government side of the operations to funnel taxpayer dollars through corrupt NGOs that then get distributed to hundreds of smaller NGOs. Their foundations, allies, and post-White House networks overlap with these funders. Obama-era policies and Clinton-linked orgs funneled influence through the same progressive infrastructure that's now weaponized for division. Saturday, May 23, 2026. The sleep chambers were real. They just found the first one still active. Neezer and Jazar on Telegram. Sunday, May 24, 2026. Breaking intel drop. Trump moves to pardon Edward Snowden. The whistleblower who exposed the deep state may finally come home. Boom. Emergency broadcast company on Telegram. President Trump has shocked the deep state by initiating clemency talks for Edward Snowden, the former NSA contractor who exposed illegal mass surveillance programs against American citizens. Under the leadership of Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, this move represents a powerful stand for constitutional rights and could allow Snowden to return home after more than 12 years in exile as a recognized patriot. Snowden did not betray his country. He revealed the truth about government programs that secretly collected the phone records, emails, texts, and online data of millions of innocent Americans without warrants or public knowledge. These operations, justified under the Patriot Act, were clear violations of the Fourth Amendment's protections against unreasonable searches. The deep state tried to brand him a traitor, but the American people saw him as a hero who prioritized liberty over blind loyalty to corrupt institutions. Unlike past presidents who bowed to pressure from intelligence agencies and the media, Trump is fearlessly challenging the surveillance industrial complex. With Tulsi Gabbard by his side, a war veteran and constitutionalist now heading national intelligence, the administration is sending a strong message that no one is above the law and that exposing abuse is an act of patriotism. High-level sources confirm active negotiations are underway, with strong indications that a pardon is imminent. This would rewrite the narrative around whistleblowers and affirm that the Constitution still holds power in the face of tyranny. It signals the end of an era where secrecy was weaponized to hide government overreach. Whistleblowers will be viewed as essential protectors of freedom rather than threats to national security. The deep state, long considered untouchable, is now being held accountable under Trump's bold leadership. Across the country, supporters are voicing their approval, with many calling for Snowden's immediate return. This pardon could stand as one of Trump's most impactful acts of clemency, reinforcing his dedication to draining the swamp and restoring true justice. The people have spoken, and freedom is winning as the final chapter of this story unfolds in real time. Let freedom ring as Edward Snowden prepares to come home to the nation he served by telling the truth. Sunday, May 24, 2026. Voter fraud. Illegal migrants caught registering and voting through the Biden administration's own policies, NGOs, and other illegal methods. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Executive Order 14019 and loose interpretations of the National Voter Registration Act, Motor Voter Law, are forcing federal agencies and taxpayer-funded NGOs to hand out voter registration forms to non-citizens. Straight from the border, millions of illegal migrants released into the U.S. under Biden-Harris policies ended up receiving driver's licenses, work permits, and voter registration materials, creating a pipeline for fraud. Non-citizens are being given forms at DMVs, agencies, or NGOs and told to sign, turning them into unwitting or deliberate criminals while undermining U.S. elections. These tactics are then used to flood voter rolls to cook the books when committing election fraud. This is why they don't want to clean the voter rolls, whether they're considered active or not. They need to all be removed from the rolls. ZB. Sunday, May 24, 2026. Our entire national debt of $38 trillion truly is due to elites stealing our taxpayer dollars, Trump D-class revelation on Telegram. Catherine Austin Fitts, former Assistant Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, reveals how the U.S. government stole $50 trillion taxpayer dollars and used Jeffrey Epstein to launder it. Treasury Secretary Bob Rubin arranged Jeffrey Epstein's first visit to the Clinton White House in 1993, precisely as massive funds began disappearing from federal agencies, alleging Epstein ran the SWIFT system to launder the stolen trillions. Trillions vanished through undocumented adjustments at DoD and HUD starting in the mid-90s, escalating to $21 trillion by 2017, matching the entire U.S. national debt then, plus $29 trillion in bailouts, totaling $50 trillion extracted while taxpayers are forced to hold the central banking debt trap in the form of our national debt.
Trump is headed back to Washington, D.C. right now. Emergency comeback. He had plans for Memorial Weekend and his son's wedding. What is this? What's going on here?
Well, let me kind of help people out a little bit. You know, we had the president of Congo coming over, not once, not twice, 3 times. All 3 times he was coming over to meet with Trump. And then mischief happened. And they tried to do a coup. They tried to take out some of his key people, his wife, all the bad guys came out of the woodwork. As soon as you schedule something a little ways off, especially with the 3-day weekend and like that, mischief. Well, why is that? Because they think he's going to absolutely guaranteed, no doubt about it, be somewhere and some kind of drama can go on. And by the way, we got a lot of drama going on. You got more people. Actually, there's a lot of stuff that happens that best happens when you're right there. You've got the Situation Room. You've got all the resources there. And then there's a certain, when he leaves, a lot of other people leave town and go do other stuff. And so you want to kind of lead from the front and have everybody else kind of sticking around too. And so there's a certain continuity that occurs when he's there. It's just the fact of life. You can say in the modern communications world it's a little different. You want secure communications. You don't even want to have to go through a skiff sometimes. They're not as secure as you think.
All right, but I said we don't know why he's racing back, right? It could be anything. It could be Iran. It could be Cuba.
Well, actually, we do have some ideas what it relates to. And in the Mideast, there's a lot of pushback over the way that we've closed down the Strait of Hormuz and the demonstration we're doing over the Strait of Malacca. The Strait of Hormuz is like 32 miles wide. The Strait of Malacca is like 3.5 miles wide. Well, where does China get all of its supplies? Through the Strait of Malacca. You're going to fuck with us, we're going to fuck with you. And that's the way it is. So get over it.
Out the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, it's there's probably multiple things, but at the end of the day, uh, there's a desire to get us bogged down there and to somehow blow things apart. There's also, like to admit it or not, I keep telling you, there's some nuke stuff out there that we do not have control of it yet, and it's actually very dangerous.
When
Some
you
of all
say we
fears.
have, you say we have some nuke stuff out there, that's not taking care. What are you talking about? Like dirty nukes, like rogue nukes inside America?
Well, it could. No, other parts of the world and America, we don't know where they're at. We'd go pick them up instantly. There's a pretty good clue that we might have a couple here in the U.S. loose. There's some other places around the world that they could pop up, and so remember, let me back it up for a second. Let's be very real about understanding this. Tulsi had some knowledge there was a crisis in her husband's health. Um, this she had told Trump this last Friday that she was going to have to leave, so they wait till this week to announce it. But there were some clues prior to that, and I'll just say this: there's absolutely not a shred of information or evidence of any way, type, form, whatever, that her husband was targeted with something that would cause him to have
Yeah.
cancer. Okay, that said, you want to take Tulsi out, who's one of the most effective people in the administration. You can't get to her directly or without being too obvious. Take her out where she's bogged down on something with personal stuff. We don't know. It is, it is convenient. And by the way, prayers. This is somebody who put her life on hold to do this particular thing, and the rest of the family has to go along for the ride. Tulsi did some amazing work within all of the Trump operations, both terms, all three terms uh, so far. Oh, by the way, you know what Trump said this morning in a speech? He said, "I was president three times. This is my third term." He said that out loud into an audience. Okay,
Wow.
this is his third term. He doesn't like to take credit for the second one. Seriously, I've told everybody here that he did not relinquish the nuclear keys. He allowed these people to take an awful lot of ground, but he didn't give up the flag. Okay,
So, what's your thoughts?
there's drama ahead, but let me finish this one thought. So with Tulsi, we know that plenty of other people, one way or another, knew that Trump was going through this turmoil all week, trying to get ready for this critical change of a key person in this administration, and there was going to be some turmoil. It's not just foreign enemies; you got domestic enemies trying to do all sorts of mischief. At this exact moment, the president doesn't need to be far from the helm. Put your helmets on, and we are in a wartime condition. We're not in the Cat 6 part of the storm yet, but we're in the storm. I would put this moment in time up there, edging towards Cat 3, but we're still only in a Cat 2 situation.
Okay,
Real drama is yet ahead.
Okay, no, I can feel it. I can see it coming. You see Marjorie Taylor Greene coming out and saying Trump's not he's gonna suspend the 2020 elections. He's gonna try to stay in power. You got Candace Owens bringing Hunter Biden on her show. It's like upside down world, man. It's like the Twilight Zone.
Yeah, it is. And by the way,
that wasn't on my Candace was not on my bingo card to do some shit like that. I'm sorry. Marjorie Taylor Greene, we know she's left the reservation a long time ago, but she's saying that Trump's not going to get out of office. He's going to try to stay because they know what's coming, don't they, Juanito? They know these arrests are coming, that civil unrest is coming as well, and that he may need to stay in maybe a little bit longer to smooth things out, right?
Well, no, but let me just say this, let me say it correctly. Everybody here, I've been talking with your audience for a long time and other similar audiences. Now that Tulsi is leaving. And by the way, I have the greatest respect for Tulsi, even though there's all these amazing things happening. She's doing critical work. She's stepping back and focusing on her husband. We will do just fine. Others will fill the gap. Others have come up to speed on things, and she's been great with the leadership. We'll take this. We got the baton. Let her go take care of family business, her husband. She'll get other opportunities out in the future. I have great respect for her for being decisive and go work with your husband. And there'll be other times to say some of this other stuff,
Family's most
So,
important, not about it.
and this is a very unique situation with her husband. Kudos to Tulsi and prayers. Godspeed, and for her husband. That said, Tulsi's not going out with a whimper. Tulsi is not going out with a whimper. Tulsi has been staging, even knowing that other things were going on in the background. Tulsi has been staging and preparing for a month like no other month, all the way through the end of June. And she said she's staying till the end of June. Okay. There's drama coming like you can't believe, because she knows. She's had all the briefings. She's had all the people in. Some of the people that are even going to be presenting at my event there in Vegas that you'll be emceeing in a couple of days, briefed Tulsi. And they're preparing to release documents, testimony, eyewitness stuff, of interagency communications, identifying many of the treasonous, traitorous people within America, our own citizens even, who have done egregious, horrendous things to flip and cook the vote here in America. And so she's going to burn a lot of houses down. And then she's going to go take care of her own situation. God bless her, Godspeed.
So you're
But the
saying
stuff that's going to come out, she's
June.
going out. I mean, I used to have Rhodesian Ridgebacks and raised them and everything. I had literally the best in the world. Absolute fantastic Rhodesian Ridgebacks. And the cool thing about Rhodesian Ridgebacks is they're the only animal on the planet other than man that hunts lions. They like to hunt big cats, and they do it so in packs. And when they get pissed off, when they get alerted, the hair on the back of their spine goes backwards. It's the coolest thing. It's just
Cool
crazy. It
dogs.
looks like they got a streak down their back. And they got little swirls over the shoulders. Yeah, Tulsi is a Rhodesian Ridgeback, and she is going to put stuff out there that you just are going to be like, oh my gosh. And then she'll take care of her stuff, and we'll continue on. We got the baton. It's about to be epic.
So hold on, Juan. But we are looking at an explosive June. I mean, we already had the month of May 17th, the prayer. Now we're looking at, I would imagine things are going to really pick up now, because I know that's why Trump brought everyone together for a National Prayer Day, the whole thing. Now it's go time, it seems like to me. We're getting closer and closer to the midterms. Things got to happen, man. It's only common sense. It's logical to me and my audience.
After Memorial Day weekend, even coming into it a little bit, there's stuff coming out. And these, it's easy to say deep state. It's these un-American, globalist, secret handshake groups. There's dozens of them, but they are all understanding the threat now is palpable. And it's not just way off in the distance. Trump and the people that are in place are coming for him. And even with Tina, part of the reason for giving that date, you better have her out by the end of May or it's on. And Trump, had talked with Polis numerous times over the last year on the Tina situation. we understood Polis's problem. You know, Polis, the governor of Colorado, has been informed by the Democratic Party leadership he is persona non grata. He cannot attend any Democrat events. He can't be awarded any Democrat awards for anything.
Wow.
It's like a lifetime, you know, go to hell and don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. To Polis over the Tina situation. They are not going to let go of that because Tina was their scarecrow. And now that they're not going to have her, and, you know, in the meantime, they wanted her as long as possible. They knew they were going to lose. They're going to lose, you know, Supreme Court on multiple counts. All the charges are going to be overturned. The conviction, even the justification for a trial in the first place is going to go away, and people are going to be exposed for their lawlessness, frauds. But beyond that, the governor is going to get overturned in this pardon at the U.S. Supreme Court. It just takes time. In the meantime, having Tina out coming up on the 2026 midterms is a big, big, big deal. But let me just add something else to it. I've told your audience numerous times, let's see how it breaks out, but that there's really no way, even if you say we're going to win the midterms and Trump's getting all of his people on, there's enough stuff already cooked into the midterms with the primaries, false vote stuff in the primaries that have already occurred, that you cannot have an honest election in 2026 this fall. You can't.
Yeah, let me take a break.
And let me just say this, you know, and so what I've told your audience and numerous other audiences, Trump is going to have to declare a national election emergency, bracketing the elections with an emergency that gives him essentially king-like powers within the area of elections.
Ooh, a lot of
And that the states can't oppose it. Say again?
I said a lot of people are going to have their asses chapped over that.
Well, the deal is that, see, right now, the way it is, look at the Tina situation. The judges, the governor, they opposed Trump to the point where, you know, he couldn't get anywhere. The executive orders that he's done thus far, you know, he did on March 25th, 2025, Executive Order 107, signed at 107 in the afternoon, concerning the voter rolls and cleaning up the voter rolls. The states did nothing. Now, in the proposed executive order, which the president and others have referenced, that's sitting on his desk, the 17-page order, which my team put together within the coalition. Fantastic, amazing work. At the very beginning of that executive order, which proposed, which you can read online, which the attorneys have been going through and advising Trump, you can do this, you can't do that. The way that starts is you have to declare a national election emergency, national security emergency concerning elections. If you don't do that, the rest of the executive orders kind of, you know, happy talk. Just like the 107th executive order of this administration, the third term for Trump, they didn't do anything related to it. It proved that an executive order alone was not adequate to get the vote issues under control. You can't do it through the legislature, the Senate, the governors, the counties, all this. Somehow you have to take control of everything because all of it's cooked. And so what's going to happen, what Tulsi's going to be releasing over the next many weeks before she leaves, is information on the 2020 election. She's going to release everything. It's going to be absolutely psychedelic. You're going to think you've been on drugs when you hear all the stuff that's coming out. Stuff that we're going to release at this conference mid-June there in Vegas as they learn more and more about what's going on. And there'll still be plenty left. It's not every last thing. It is a lot of decisive stuff that will lead to other things.
Cuba. Are we going into Cuba soon? Or are going to?
Well, we don't need to. We don't need to go into Cuba necessarily. We have Cuba in check. The Cuban people are about had it with everything going on there. Of course, we indicted Raul, these pilots and these flights going into Cuba. We have a lot more on them, a lot more. That's just the starting place. You get into Gitmo and crimes that are uh, against humanity. He's got stuff in there that he can get taken out on. So whatever way they want to do it, we're not going to have China sitting right next door in Havana while we're doing what we're doing over in Gitmo, because it's all connected there. And so we want to get that under control so China's not
I was
in
right.
our backyard.
Juanito, I was right. I've been saying this on my morning show. It's another threat that needs to be neutralized before arrests occur.
Yeah, because again, just so people have it in their mind, if the deep state, the globalista, the secret handshake groups, the royalists, all of these entities that benefit by tying us down like Gulliver 1,000 different ways across the globe and stealing elections. If they have the opportunity to take us off point as we come into the main events, the early arrests, Justice Department, and then the later arrests, the non-Article 3 courts, literally Gitmo, and similar. If they can cause an oil crisis then how are we going to go forward? If they can cause some kind of a war that threatens a nuke, if they can have South Korea suddenly, the bombs coming from North Korea, if they can have something in Taiwan, our attention would be divided. They'd blame Trump, fighting a multi-front war. We can't do it. Before we get to the stuff internal here in the States, go for the traitors from within. We kind of have to get a lot of this other stuff under control so that, if you got told we were dealing with an Iran right as we're doing the arrest, think of all the drama, all the stuff that you've already been told, and trying to scare the wits out of you, all their latest stuff. Would it work? But they're losing steam in a lot of those areas, and we're not getting stretched too thin. We're dealing with all those issues, including, this desperate moment. We're not, the oil thing is serious. It's not really an oil crisis that we have right now. It's a same thing as we had in the early 70s. It is a production crisis, a refinery crisis. Ultimately, we have plenty of oil. The refineries are the issue. And look at what the Democrats and the green people and all that did to California. They want to do that to the whole country. Shut down all of the refineries. I got to move one of my hot rods that's in California. Been at the Bentley dealer for a little bit, and I got to pick it up. And I was going to take it up to Northern California for something, then over to Nevada. Shoot, the guys were telling me, you better hurry up. It's going to be $10 gallon gas. I'm talking to one of the guys that runs a refinery in California, and they're shutting it down. One of the biggest in the world, and they're shutting it down. He says, I can tell you, it might not be $10 gas. It might be $30 gas if you can get gas. Because what they're doing right now is absolutely over the top, completely insane politically.
All right, when
That's the kind of crisis we're coming to. So as we get these crises under control other places, as we move closer to home, it becomes harder and harder for this cabal, for this deep state, for these globalistas to distract us. And we can focus right here at home. We can pedal and chew gum at the same time. They can do anything they want. We're still going to arrest all of them. We're going to throw them in the slammer. We're not going to stop anywhere in here. Trump ain't stopping for nothing. And by the way, you didn't know he was president during Biden.
Yeah.
I told you he didn't give up nuclear. He's saying it over and over. He's saying, well, I hate to take credit. You think he's kidding? You think Trump is lying to you that he was somehow in charge at the highest levels during the Biden administration? They never handed over the nuclear key. Okay? Yeah, these guys did a coup. They tried to take it, but they didn't get all the way to the flag. Can you imagine that? Do you know how stupid asinine that sounds to most people in the country to say something like that? Trump is saying it.
I
Why?
know.
Because it's true. It's true. I told your audience that all along, didn't I?
He's been posting a lot on Truth, man. Like, I mean, it's just epic. I mean, I'm watching all of it.
Because we're in a war. Think about it. We're in a war, Nino. This isn't just patty cakes. Most people think it's just politics. It's not. We're defanging one of the most vicious, evil, dangerous clusters of vipers ever seen on planet Earth in the history of the world. They are dangerous. And we're having to go in there and go to war.
With SGN on SG. All right. So third term for Trump. I think this is highly realistic. I think this all signs point to this could really be a reality, man. I mean, I've had guests come on and say he's going to step down, this and that, but I think he may probably, something may happen during the midterms, maybe even the 2028 election. He may stick around a little longer and then hand the baton off to somebody else. What's your thoughts?
Well, I think it could go either way, right? We could see President Trump say, "All right, well, fair is fair," and go forward in that way. I could almost think it would be more likely to see him pull like a George Washington maneuver and say, "I could have had it, I would have had it if I'd wanted it because everything was fair, but I went ahead and handed it off to the next official, or I handed it off to the next election." I could even see a snap election being called, ordered by the Supreme Court to happen within a certain time frame, and everybody would go back to the ballots just as they have in eras past, but in a short enough time frame where a fraud would not be able to be manufactured. I think that's a real possibility here as well as these things progress forward, because again, it's being attacked from multiple different angles. You've got court precedent that's been set at different levels across the nation, but not really at the Supreme Court yet. There has not been a true argument about the veracity of this particular election or not. You've got this massive conspiratorial investigation that ties into the situation that occurred with the 2020 election. ODNI has confirmed that publicly a number of times. Tulsi Gabbard has come out with some remarkably powerful rhetoric, and I know it gets repetitive sometimes for the audience to hear it, but I really don't think that we should think of this as being overstated from, Tulsi. She came out, this is a relatively reserved former congresswoman from Florida, lieutenant colonel in the United States Army, comes out and says on public television that based on the evidence that she has personally seen, in other words, that they have unveiled and unearthed inside of the National Intelligence Directorate and all of the different intelligence groups, that President Obama was the head of a treasonous conspiracy to undermine a duly elected president. That's huge. The rhetoric of that scale has not been utilized with real palpable evidence basis in reality since the Civil War. This is 160 years ago. So looking at what we have going on, just that angle alone could lead us into an unfolding of things where 2020 maybe isn't set right until we see charges brought for Russiagate. It really, I think, is going to depend on how the courts move on this, and it's going to depend on where the DOJ, where the DNI, and really the criminal investigative divisions of the Pentagon as well, where they end up with respect to their investigations and who wants to go push the dominoes first.
So, you have Marjorie Taylor Greene right here, fears Trump will cancel 2028 election. I mean, yeah, never mind they stole the 2020 election. Never mind Russiagate. This is going to take a while. She's not talking about any of that, but she's vilifying Trump as the bad guy who's going to cancel the 2028 election, thus stoking some kind of civil unrest or civil war. That's the rhetoric she's putting out there now, SG. This is dangerous because now what she's doing, she's kind of like, egging on the troops or boosting up the troops' morale, saying, so when this stuff does start coming, and people start seeing arrests and start seeing that, okay, we may not have a midterms, not understanding like what happened with Russiagate in 2020, people are going to start getting out on the streets, getting mad, getting angry, calling him a dictator. That's what they're stoking here. That's what they're getting ready to do. I can see it plain as day.
Well, and again, I think we have to judge the tree by the fruit that it bears. When these individuals, and whether it's MTG or anyone, goes out and begins to stoke the rhetoric of this doomsday event that's coming, where a sitting president is going to somehow abrogate the constitutional rights of all of America simultaneously and bring us to a civil war style footing and all of this and that. I think that that's fundamentally irresponsible, but it certainly is expository in the sense that these individuals clearly have something that they either have to lose or they have something that they have already lost. And so there is
time, man. Only it seems to me like I'm blown away about how many podcasters and influencers out there that just don't see the forest through the trees. I mean, we are a niche group of you, me, a few other ones, right? Scott, Josh, a few other people out there. But it's like we're the tip of the spear in this. And, I've got to say we've been over the target. We've missed some dates here and there, but there's no way to be 100% all the time. But I would say we're batting at least 85, 90%. And I still can't believe that others cannot see this. And the garbage, the corn they're selling to the masses is pretty sad. And that's why we're in this fucking position in the first place.
Yeah. And, we, like you said, in this show and other shows, we knew this was coming. This time was coming, where a lot of these people that have been podcasters for a long time, I think some of them have infiltrated, gained trust, and now they're basically, just trying to destroy MAGA, President Trump, and so forth. It's not working. People are just turning away from them and finding who's got the right information, who's putting out the truth, and that's what we've been doing all along. So it's great to see people waking up to it. What's going on in the world? I mean, I'm looking at Iran, and I'm like, hello, what you're making deals with terrorists? I don't think so. I did a show yesterday where I talked about the confusion principle, where you're working out, you confuse your muscles, you do something different. So President Trump is always doing that constantly. He is, he's a comedian to me. I love him. I know he's throwing curveballs out there, a million miles an hour, and they can't even come close to hitting it. But we have to be aware that there's other things that are going on, like Cuba. So he's probably okay. We'll let the world see just how bad Iran is. If they haven't seen it yet, they're going to see it. I'm going to get as many ships out of that, Suez or Strait of Hormuz as I can. In the meantime, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to handle Cuba, because I said I was going to handle Cuba after I got done with Iran. So here we are. Iran's back burner. Now we're on Cuba. We'll handle that, and then we'll go back to Iran. That's probably the way it's going to work. But I'm just an outsider looking in. From my experience, having been in the combat realm for a long time, and in the intelligence realm, CIA side, I know these things, have to work their way out. So I think that's what we're looking at right now. What's going to happen with the Tulsi Gabbard? I don't know, man, because George Webb said that she was fired like almost a month ago. I'm like, what? And so there was like crickets, and now she's resigned. I'm like, okay, it took a while for that to go through.
Wow. So hold on, wait a second there. So you're saying, because I kind of heard whispers on that too, but I didn't capitalize on that. So what you're saying is she could have been fired.
Yeah.
And now they're letting her have the saving grace of saying, I'm going to resign, to save face, basically.
Yeah. George Webb, just mapped it all out, said she was involved in some stuff, and she wasn't informing President Trump. And so he probably knew about it all along. It's like, how he is. He lets people do the right thing. And if you fail, then you're gone. And I think she's gone. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, you would want to leave and be with your, loved one in their final days. But I mean, I've been in that position my whole career. People, my family died, and I was like, well, I still have to go on in life. And
I'm dealing with that right now, and I do podcasts every day. I mean, I don't know what's going to be like when I lose my dad and mom, but like right now, I'm still pushing shows, and I have to stay busy. I got to keep my mind distracted.
Yeah. So it doesn't make sense to me that she's leaving. She's in one of the most very consequential positions in the world, not just in the United States, but in the world, with all the intel agencies and so forth. So for her just walk away, I'm going to be with my husband. It sounds to me like what George Webb said. She was basically fired quite a while ago.
Wow.
Around the same time frame as Bondi. So it makes sense that they want to
Trump would have known this, right? Trump knows who he can trust and who he can't. He gives them a chance first, though.
Yeah. And we look at her background and, some of the stuff she's done over time. She's been against him on a lot of different things. And then she kind of would get centered. But there's been a lot of that. And I know you've had conversations with her and she's not quite on board with some stuff.
No, I was, when I was with her in Austin for the Joe Rogan show, when my buddy BJ Penn was on the show, I remember talking to her. We were in the same vehicle driving in the SUV. And I remember she was like, we were talking about Obama and I was just throwing things at her a little bit, testing her a little bit. Like, what do you think? I mean, I don't see it as a big deal. Like, who cares who he's sleeping with? Who cares if Michelle's or not? And I was like, wow. I think that's a pretty big lie. Yeah, I mean, to play that on the American public and that's what's in the White House, I think you just think that's no big deal. To me, that was a very big, alarming red flag to me. I was like, so I just kind of laid back and I sat back and I thought, man, she's real liberal, dude. She's really, really liberal.
Yeah, that's too far out there. So yeah, Michelle is a man and their kids are not theirs. And come on, that's good. That's
a huge lie to put on the American people, bro. Like that's not something you just brush under the carpet and go, well, that's just what he likes. But no, it's a huge facade. Right. And so I thought that was kind of weird and alarming, but she was still very personable and likable and laughing and chuckling all the time. She was cool, but I liked her. I thought
I've seen President Clinton. He's super magnetic, magnetic personality. He's charming to everybody. And man, this guy is cool. And I know he's not. So, but you get bamboozled by some of these people, like we talked about in the beginning with a lot of the truthers. That aren't truthers anymore, and they're against us and trying to destroy us.
You see these personalities now. Like I saw Nick Fuentes coming a mile away. I kind of didn't have it on my bingo card with candidates to be having Hunter on. I mean, dude, when you have people like that on, as a podcaster, especially that magnitude, they're going to have their PR team reach out to you and tell you exactly what they want you to talk about. And if you're going to shine him in it, he's not going to just go on any podcast to be ambushed. He's going to go on and they're going to make sure that you're throwing softballs, maybe a little edgy here and there. But the guy they were trying to make him out as a guy that, look, I've changed. Everything's good now. Yeah, I was a crackhead. But they're not talking about Burisma. They're not talking about what was on the contents of his 3 laptops, not 1, 3, allegedly. But, no hardball questions. Just it was pathetic.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's, we've seen a lot of other people that have, been, pushing that envelope, and they push it too far. So that's very suspect to me. And, you've talked about it. I've talked about it. I'm not going to have somebody like that on my show. That I lose all credibility. But
they don't care. They don't see. That's the thing. It's all about likes.
Find out. They're going to lose their audience. And I think that's where it's going for them. I don't watch them anymore. Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones,
Alex Jones, another one. I mean, gosh, he's not on his ass lately, huh?
I mean, all of them. I love those guys. They gained our trust, and I was like, wow, they're really revealing. Alex Jones for years and years and years, and there was that suspect stuff that was starting to creep in, but then he went full President Trump. I'm like, you're done, Alex. You're obviously you're a controlled puppet. So I'm out. So
you believe, like I do, and especially you be part of the CIA and everything, they're activated. They're activated for such a time as now. They're allowed to be who they are for a while until the time is right, and then they make the switcheroo, right?
Yeah, somebody's been handling them, obviously. I've been part of that organization. I was there for 11 years. I saw how this is done at the very top. And their Mockingbird Media is a very strong arm. They have people that are very dedicated to that all over the world. So they have, not just Alex Jones here in the United States. They have people in every single country, many people and people are controlling them. Not completely. They let them do their own thing. That's how they get their audience. Then eventually it's okay, creep this in. And then something gets in there. And so the audience is like, what? Is that the way things are going? Trump is bad now? It's like, no, he's not. So you have a lot of those influencers now are trying to destroy his credibility. And that's what they do. Whoever they are, whoever's controlling who is probably the CIA, bad side. Because I've worked in the CIA, I've worked with the good side. Everybody's like, oh, Jacob, CIA, once CIA, always CIA. That's stupid. It's like, you're a credible upscale boxer in your time. And we can look at the boxers, and probably some have thrown fights, And
they're not all that way.
Knows that. It's like, oh, Nino, he probably threw a bunch of fights. And I don't think that at all. And you're one of the most incredible people I've ever met.
Thanks, Mike.
I look at someone and I see them on a soul level, and your soul is strong. So
thanks, man.
God is strong. I look at people and I'm like, okay, maybe they're a little bit off, in some areas. It's like, all of us are. But there's some people I look at not
That's what keeps me
a lot of it off, but
that's what keeps me sane. There have to be a little bit off. So
this shit, you got to be
you got to be, dude. That's the way you survive. I mean, it's a wacky, crazy circus world out there, right? I can't even believe what we're seeing right now. It's a Twilight Zone. But so as we're coming into there's threats that need to be neutralized. I know you and I agree on this. And then, you have all these podcasters out there saying like, oh, no, he promised no new wars. Here we are, more wars. But the truth is, you have to roll up your sleeves and get your hands dirty to neutralize these globalist threats that they were going to use against us. Iran being one of them, Cuba being one, Venezuela being another. You have to get in there and take these or eliminate these threats, correct?
Yeah. And, having been part of these wars, for most of my life, I can tell you the wars that were deep state, all of them. All right. And the ones that Trump is, pressing, I don't really see them as wars, conflicts, small conflicts that we're crushing it. He did that in his first term. I was screaming, why don't we take out al-Baghdadi? Before Trump came in, I was like, this guy is obviously a problem in this whole area of Iran and Iraq and every Syria, everywhere. And so the CIA was like, everybody's like, I don't know. And then it comes in, it's like wham. It's like, okay, we got a player. We got a player finally. I knew he was going to be a player. I saw it when he first came down. I've watched Trump for decades. I've read his books and followed him for a long time. I was like, this guy is amazing. Then when he came down the escalator and said he was running, I was like, he's going to make it. He's going to make it. Because I knew that there was a good guy side, because I was always part of that side, and they were backing him, and they were gonna push him forward. They've been protecting him.
Hold on there. That's important. So that would be the Trump operation that people say is a conspiracy.
Yeah. And he's not part of their organization. Of course, that's why they continually try to assassinate him. Assassinations or things they've been very skilled at, around the world. So their assassination teams and all that kind of stuff, they haven't been effective with President Trump. And why? Because he has insiders that have been watching this for a long time and know their programs, know who's involved, and know how to tap into their plans and then stop them out. So that's been going on for I think a long time in the background, and they just needed someone that they could put out front that would work with them. And
here's what's scary about that, man, and I've said this many times. His family, dude, because they Anna Paulina, and actually I have it right here. Anna Paulina Luna on X says, "We've just learned of the horrifying plot to assassinate Ivanka Trump.
Yeah,
a devoted wife, daughter, and mother, and someone with no personal quarrel with the Iranian regime. She was targeted to bring pain. To her father and to her husband." There's nothing more sick and demented than that. I mean, this is war, though. All is fair in love and war, right, Mike?
Yeah, and when I saw that and that was released, I think they've known that for a while. When that was released, and then he's like, I'm not going to do my son's wedding, so I'm going to go back. I got to go back to the White House because import it. And he said import it twice in the little blurb he put out there. And I was like, okay, this is it. We're going to like kick some ass finally. It's like, and then he comes in, oh, we're doing a peace. I'm like, oh,
hold on. Why do you think he's taking so long? What's your thoughts on that, Mike? Like, why do you think he's dragging his feet? I'll say dragging his feet, and I have a theory. Let me just explain.
Yeah.
Why do you think he's giving them this chance, that chance, this chance? Do you think just for his own conscience, where he's like, all right, if I have to fucking nuke him, it's like I gave him so many chances. But I also think maybe. Could he be also neutralizing threats on our homeland, like taking out more terror cells, making sure the homeland's clean from the threats here on our soil? Is that why he's kind of taking his time a little bit, or what's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so we're close to those arrests, and so it could be that's why he had to come back and plan. Who knows? I think I never doubt President Trump. I used to, and then I would get proven wrong. So, but you ask those questions, so I'm like, okay, there's something bigger here. I'm just wait for it, wait, kind of like Mel Gibson, and and then they pull up the last minute, they unhorse the the charging cavalry, and what was that?
Right, you're right. That's a good analogy.
Yeah, so it's like that right now. So wait, and then they don't know what's coming, and then bam,
boom. Right, you want to see the whites in their eyes, right?
Just white in their eyes, and on and on and on. So I'm a master at those things. Working behind the scenes and setting up ambushes and so forth. So it's a constant ambush game against them, and of course they're doing the same to us. So it could be that something big was going to happen here in the United States if we went forward. So he's just pulling back and cleaning that up. Taking care of Cuba, I think, is going to be fairly easy. And then from that point, oh yeah, there it is. Perfect.
Yeah, that's a great movie, man. One of the best ever. Yeah. So it said here that the IRGC trained terrorists had of Ivanka Trump's $24 million mansion in Florida. So Mohammed al-Said, a 32-year-old Iraqi national linked to Hezbollah, didn't just threaten her in the abstract. He posted a map of her enclave online. Why do these people post online? Why would you telegraph anything you're going to do? That's like the dumbest shit. You know what I mean? I don't understand that, but he posted it online in an Arabic message that said, neither your palaces nor your Secret Service will protect you. I mean, but it's wild that he had the blueprint of her home. I guess, I don't know, I guess that is a public record or what?
That's somebody flew a drone over, who knows, but it's a mind game. It's back and forth. So they put that out, and so they have these threats, and we have, of course, our threats. Like President Trump said, well, we were going to strike. This was a week ago. We were going to hammer them, and our allies said, no, wait, let's try and do a peace deal. So we're going to try and do a peace deal. So here we are with a peace deal. Now, why? Was there something that was going to happen? There some kind of new thing, or they just need to put more people, because they're not pulling anybody away. They're keeping everybody there. So they've been just surging troops into that area. Not a lot of people know that, but they've been surging massive numbers of troops into that area. Of course,
into Iran.
And no, where? To get ready to go into Iran.
Okay.
President Trump and CIC, Commander in Chief has been.
So is it the most important thing right now to destabilize that country and make it look like they take it over themselves? Is that what what we're trying to do? Like, give them the little nudge or the push, so where they revolt and take Iran back themselves, so it looks like the people are doing it?
There's no way that's going to happen. You have 47 years of them, worming in and controlling. They got all this army, the IRGC. Over 40,000 people just recently that were demonstrating. It's extreme. I've been there. I've seen these animals for pretty much almost half my life. and they're not going to go away. They're not going to play. They'll play like, okay, yeah, we'll do the right thing, and then maybe midterm if the bad guys get in power again. So
this threat, Iran, needs to be eliminated. We need to take care of this way before midterms. I would imagine sometime this summer. And then Tulsi's obviously. What's your thoughts on Tulsi? Do you think that her leaving by the end of June? Obviously, Juan O'Savin has said that she's not going out with a whimper. She's going to just unleash hell, and I guess she's going to have no choice, right? She's going to have to just disclose everything that they learned about Russiagate 2020, the whole thing, right? That's all probably going to come out in June as she leaves, right?
And that's an interesting take right there from Juan, because maybe she had to go away so they could release all that. She was holding it back, just like
she was holding it back. So what you're saying is maybe not in June, but July it gets released.
Yeah, maybe June, July. It doesn't matter.
Well, see, that's crazy because Juan, you think one way about her, but Juan thinks the world of her. I talked to her about him. I talked about her to him yesterday, and he's like, no, Nino, listen. I'm like, fuck. I kind of feel the same way you do.
Yeah. Well, he's got a lot more insight than we do. So I'm just observant. I'm not saying this is absolute. I like George Webb stuff. I've had misgivings about her when you told me long ago about some of the things she talked about, and I was like, yeah, she's probably corrupted if she's not going to talk about these things. So and that's one of the things we all look at. That's as truthers, we have a lot of information coming in. We weigh what we see and what we hear. We're not directly behind the scenes. Even when I was behind the scenes, when I worked for the CIA, when I was at SEAL Team 6, taking down, terrorist groups and, going to combat and so forth, I still didn't know the full picture until later. So all we can do is just, as a group, look at things from our point of view, put them all together. That's why I love, you're doing your shows, I'm doing my shows, and Scott and all the other guys. You got some incredible guys on Ghost in the background, talking in your back channel. So all of this basically gives us little pieces of the puzzle, and we share, what we can. I know a lot of other things that I see going on, but they're not positive yet. So like Tulsi Gabbard, I can't say definitively, yeah, she's a baddie. All I know is from stuff I've seen. When I look at her, I'm like, from an intuitive point of view, But that doesn't mean that she's not doing good stuff. There's a lot of people that we see that are bad still do good stuff. Tucker Carlson. I saw him for a long time going, I'm suspect of this guy, but he was doing great shows, and I'm like, okay, he's doing good shows. That's cool. And but now he's gone over the edge.
Right, and I don't think this is going to end well for any of them doing this, because you can't. They're on the wrong side of history, dude. All of them. I mean, they're not understanding where this is going, and I firmly believe, and I'm sure you do too, that we had to use Israel to take out the Iranian threat, right? And everyone's saying that Trump is the puppet of Israel, but really, Trump, you have to play ball with some of these bad guys, and I think that's what he did with Israel. That's why we're using Israel to take down Iran, and I still believe they will be saved for last, don't you?
Oh yeah, and when their purpose that we have, they've been using us for a long time. All those other presidents that were puppets of the deep state. President Trump is not. He's part of the Q team. He's part of the good guys, and they've waited for this moment. And so now they're, you guys, you've always wanted to go after Hamas and Hezbollah. Well, go for it. You always wanted to go and destroy the baddies in Iran. Go for it. We'll back you. We'll send you lots of bombs and missiles and so forth. And yes, let's go. We'll back you up in some of these operations. We'll come in and hammer down. But a lot of people, like you're talking about, are activated to go against him, because they probably knew this moment was coming. They had to have. So they had their people in positions, and now they're being activated. to try
because this is their last ditch effort to create
Yeah.
stir some kind of civil unrest or even a civil war in America.
And that could be one of the things that we're looking at. The tempo of their disinformation campaign is reaching such a fever pitch, and you got to pull back a little bit. Let that we're good. We're not gonna hammer down on your puppet over there in Iran, city of London. So what we're going to do is just let the ships go through, and then you get your oil at cheap rates like you were doing before. And the people of Iran, they're just puppets of your deep state puppet. We'll let that go on. We're not going to get involved in that anymore. Okay, we pushed it. It didn't work out for us, so we're going to back away. Yeah, right. So,
what do you think about? What's your thoughts on Cuba, man? Because I mean, I wasn't really thinking about Cuba. Juan's talked about a Cuban Missile Crisis 2.0, and I've always wondered, like, I could understand that coming from China. I could see that coming from Russia, whatever, but not literally Cuba. But what's your thoughts on Cuba? I mean, now they're threatening us with attacks, with drones, whatever, Key West, even Gitmo. And I thought to myself, well, damn. Yeah, of course. Of course, Cuba would need to be neutralized before we start sending people to Gitmo in mass amounts, like mass arrest, public mass arrest. I'm sure some people are already down there, but the big arrest that will be public, of course, you would have to neutralize Cuba in order to achieve this, right?
Yeah, it's a process. So we're going to take a little focus off of Iran. And put our hand up, put it on his head, and it's gonna be like pushing against us, and then we're gonna come over here and we're gonna go wham on Cuba and knock it out. So we saw Trump go to talk to Xi in China, and so this is what we're gonna do. And it's like, can you talk to Putin when I leave? And so sure enough, Putin comes over. So they've all talked together. They know the plan. So now probably. Do you see China and Russia helping Cuba like they have in the past? Cuba's all alone, and they got big boy. They got the big boy about ready to hammer down.
Do you think that means we're going to allow China to take Taiwan?
No.
You don't think we're going to bargain some kind of deal like that?
No, I don't think we'll take this island. You take that one. I don't know, but I don't see that. Because they have all the chips, the best chips in Taiwan. I don't think we're going to let China get those yet. That's why we had, all the top, people from the United States go out there. NVIDIA guy, and he was like, "Yeah, we're going to sell all these chips to you guys, so you don't need to go to Taiwan." So I think that's what that was. We're going to give you all the high tech stuff you need. You don't need to go to Taiwan. Just leave them alone. So who knows? That's, for me, being in a lot of these meetings and seeing a lot of this stuff over the years, being in the CIA, that's normally how these go down. I've seen a lot of those, which I hadn't, but having seen them, I know the way these things are planned out, bigger picture. And I think that's probably some of the stuff that was happening. I wasn't there, I can't say. So, and better that I wasn't there, because, I'd want to talk, and sometimes you let things slip, and it's better you just don't know.
What's really concerning to me are these damn AI data centers that they're building all over the United States, all over the world. And I think that is a digital prison forming right under our noses. But that's, I'm having David Icke on Wednesday, and I know that I think that's the subject I'm going to hit home with him, is about this digital prison that's being developed. Dude, and this is what's scary to me, man. Like, yes, I see us neutralizing Iran. I see us neutralizing Cuba. I see the arrests coming. Of course the arrests are going to come. But what I'm worried about, Mike, is a post-Trump world with AI. Mm-hmm. That's what's scary to me. Who's going to be controlling this? This is not good. It's going to take all. Anyway, this is for folks. If you want to tune into this, tune in Wednesday. I'm going to have David Icke on, and we're going to be discussing all about this. But until then, let me just talk about this for a second. Iran says, contrary to what the U.S. claims, the now fully leaked memorandum of understanding contains no Iranian commitments to hand over nuclear supplies, stockpiles, remove equipment, shut down nuclear facilities, or even commit not to build a nuclear bomb. Instead, all nuclear issues are deferred to a 60-day period of negotiations after signing. Per Far's News, for this period to start, the U.S. would need to accept no nuclear commitments from Iran, agree to release $100 billion of Iranian frozen assets, lift the naval blockade, lift all oil and petrochemical sanctions during the negotiation period, pay $270 billion in war reparations, and accept Hormuz under full permanent sovereign Iranian management and authority. There's no way we're going to accept that, Mike.
No,
This is like there's no mutual ground here. It looks to me like we're going to have to take action.
yeah, and again, it could be just like we're holding them at bay until we take care of something else. It's like, yeah, well, we're going to look at that. That sounds. We could probably work on some of that. Let's let these ships get out of that strait. How about that? And show good faith and let these ships go. And I think that could be part of it. And who knows? But we're going to see a lot of people hammer down on Trump, and we're going to see who's really the Trump team and who's not. So,
all right. So before we went live, I asked you. I said, where do you see the midterms going? Me personally, I see some kind of delay, right? I see some kind of some kind of mischief happening around the Democrats. I just don't feel like this is going to go smoothly. And you see Marjorie Taylor Greene coming out saying Trump is going to suspend the 2028 election and blah, 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 blah. And it's going to, I think it's all going to kickstart around midterms. Juan has said that, this could actually stalling the midterms or delaying it could buy Trump even a year in office longer. Your thoughts on this? Do you see midterms kicking off with no problem, or do you see a delay and a postponement of the midterms?
Well, we have the same
psychic, right? We're just theories here, but give me your thoughts.
We have the same patterning that we saw with. I called it out very early.
Yeah, let's be careful on that, though. Let's not even talk about that shit on here.
All right, so you got a couple more that are out there
right.
that we're playing with, and they may bring in. So that would be the thing that would push that. Trump would be, we got this problem, and we're not going to do mail-in ballots.
Right.
That was compromising last time. So I think that could be the thing that could push it if they do the.
But didn't he already sign the executive order for no mail-in ballots? I think he just did.
That doesn't mean. I mean, you look at Colorado, and he said, pardon Tina Peters. Did they do that? No. They can do whatever they want, really, and they will. So the only states that Trump did not take last time, and I'll be careful around this too, is the states that didn't have IDs. You didn't have an ID, and all those states did not go his way. But the ones that did all went his way. So will those states still play that game? Because they can just blow off, federal government. I mean, we saw that, they did that during the Civil War. So
this could get really messy, man.
Yeah. So they can do that, but we have the team basically is probably well aware of what's going down. They're ahead of the ball game. We all thought that at this point we'd be in seeing cities that were at war because all the people they brought across the border would be terrorizing these cities and terrorizing us. That hasn't happened. So that's a good thing.
Well, it hasn't happened because we dismantled the funding, right? The USAID and the ICE raids, they went full blast on those and took down the most violent henchmen, cartels in America right now.
Yeah. And we've had guys on our show that have been telling us this for quite some time, that you take away their funding, which we're doing, Sean Taylor type, and you take away their ability to play these games. And then when they don't have the money, then you can go in and take down their organizations a lot easier. I've been watching some of the videos of where they go in and take down some of these groups, and it's like me. It's like me, my SEAL Team 6 boys, tier 1 guys going in and taking them down. So I think that's been happening. So that was happening before Trump left.
Dude, I saw exactly. Even when Biden was in office, I saw yellow tape around certain apartment buildings, and I saw Army and police there together. I'm like, I've never seen shit like that in my life.
No. Yeah.
And I saw tunnels that were being confiscated and shut down. I was like, what? So I knew Trump was coming in, dude. I knew there was no mistake about it. He's getting in there. We already know it's 45, 46, and 47, right? So we knew that he was running the operation behind the scenes. But, to me, it's like we see this. We're just trying to get the people to get on board with us and understand what's happening here behind the scenes.
Yeah. And, he brought in all the admirals and the generals, and he told them, I'm 45, I'm 46, and I was 46, and I'm 47. And if you got a problem with that, then leave. And so there's probably people left after that and started talking, and they were waiting for that. So some people they have eyes on, and they're being, pushed out, or they're being, they're losing their positions. I'm sure that's happening. Pete Hegseth is probably, obviously he's on board. He's an incredible patriot. So we're Department of War. We're at war right now. So why do they say Department of War? Because we're at war. We're at war with the deep state all over the world right now.
So, I'm going to get into some what the fuck news right now and read some super chats, Mike. But first, let's read the super chats. And then stick with me on the what the fuck news. You sound good to you?
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah.
All right, let's go into some super chats. Super sticker from Kelly Panetsky. Thank you so much. If you got questions for Mike or myself, go ahead and ask them on here in the super chats. Kelly Ray, 1982. I really feel in my heart that things are finally starting to happen. Praying for justice and praying for you and yours continually. Sobriety is awesome, David. Love you, big. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. Kelly Paneski 576 super sticker. Thank you. She's always there, man. She's always here. She's awesome. Allie Marie Smith super sticker. Thank you. Oh, not much today, but all right, I'll take it. So I've had John Carmen on the show, and he thinks that these crazies that are going to the White House, the dinners, these crazies that are shooting at the Secret Service and getting blasted, that they're testing perimeters, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, and I agree with that. I agree with that. So, folks, and I want to get your perspective on this as well, Mike. So I'm going to read the what the fuck news right now. In what the fuck news, White House shooter was arrested in 2025, believed he was Jesus Christ. That's a special kind of delusional right there. Especially, I never knew Jesus to open fire on anybody. So, all right. So, Nasir Best was allegedly mentally troubled, and he was known to the U.S. security officials for loitering around many entry posts. The gunman who opened fire on the Secret Service checkpoint near the White House earlier today has been identified as Nasir Best, a 21-year-old. God, he had his whole life ahead of him. And was known to the U.S. security officials for loitering around many entry points and posts. The New York Post reported he violated a previous court order to stay away from the White House. It said on June 26, 2025, Best reportedly obstructed vehicular traffic at 15th Street, following which he was involuntarily admitted to a psychiatric facility for mental health treatment against their wishes. Within 2 weeks, on July 10th, 2025, he was arrested for bypassing a restricted White House pedestrian control post by walking through an exit turnstile lane. When the security agents detained him, Best said that he believed he was the modern-day incarnation of Jesus Christ, the New York Post said. He also reportedly told officials that he wanted to get arrested. Nasir Best pulled a weapon from his bag and fired at a security checkpoint near the White House around 5 a.m. And I think we've seen this. Oh, yeah, there he is. Man, he looks more like the Predator. Oh boy, these people are delusional. The officers fired back, hitting him. A bystander was also shot during the incident, but a law enforcement official said it was not clear whether that person was struck by the suspect's initial bullets or those fired subsequently by officers. So what do you think here, Mike? Are they testing perimeters? Do you think these are being activated? I mean, there's ways to get into the minds of these people and activate them, right? There's chat rooms online. They have agents out there really working on the minds of these people, correct?
Yeah, you look at his eyes; he's not there. So,
right,
he's been, Manchurian Candidate activated for that time. So that time was right as Trump was talking about the peace plan. So that's unfortunate. Yeah, and again, I think he's a handsome guy. He's got his whole life ahead of him. But there's certain people out there, like you're talking about, they find them in chat.
I'll disagree on that one.
Yeah.
I'll disagree on the looks department, my man. But go ahead.
Yeah. Well, you look at his eyes and you're like, that's a big turnoff. But, everyone has potential. So there's going to be a lot more. So that's probing the perimeter. Just taking shots and seeing, letting them know that, hey, we got a lot more. We got a lot more. You probably had eyes on this. Obviously they had eyes on this guy for a while, and then they activated him for that particular time. There's probably a lot more behind the scenes we don't know about of that particular time frame of when he was activated. So yeah, many Manchurian candidates out there. And not everybody can be a Manchurian candidate. You and I, we have very strong, you can't get in our minds and like F with us. But some people are very susceptible, and they look for them, they find them, and then they, work them.
You know what I kind of compare this to is like, have you ever been to I've been to a few comedy shows where they have a hypnotist, and I thought it was complete bullshit. And I couldn't, like, the dude next to me went under, bro. And I was like, hey, man, what are you doing? Like, what are you taking your shirt off for? And then he runs up on stage, starts acting like a chicken, humping chairs. And, like, I'm like, dude, there's no way. I know for a fact that dude would not be doing that.
No.
I came with the guy, bro. Like, we were all in the same group together. And the guy just went under. And, like, he was on stage acting like an idiot. Yeah. And I was like, holy shit, some people do fall into this. Like, it really does work on some people. Yeah. And all the dude was doing was like, stare at my hand. I'm counting down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And this guy went under. And I'm like, what? Like, I mean, I guess that's how the mainstream media works. That's how MSN works.
Sure.
You just need a handful of these people to tip the boat over.
And that's what I think we're going to see going forward. I don't think that we're going to overcome some of these cities getting taken down.
I agree with you, Mike. Okay. So here's another super chat. Love you, Nino. Keep doing what you're doing. Love you too. Any other ones? You are appreciated, Joy Fuljanine.
Beautiful.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Way down south. One more. Love you and Jaco. Thank you.
Love you back. Thanks.
Big time 17 ounce. Mike Jaco, do you believe in reincarnation? I do.
Yeah, absolutely. I've written a book about it. So
see, that sounds like a trap to me, Mike.
Yeah.
I don't want to be reincarnated.
You want to come back?
I don't free will. I don't agree with it. I don't want to come back here. So doesn't that play?
You don't want to come back and see all the stuff you worked on?
No. I want to go somewhere else.
Vigilantism will increase until the political, judicial, and corrupt police forces are removed. And this is not just in the United States, this is worldwide. I've been talking about this for a while, and I don't agree with vigilantism. I would rather see the justice be served, but we're not, unfortunately, seeing that across much of the world right now. So it's just a natural lead into vigilantism beginning, and I'm already seeing that. I'm going to show you that in this presentation. Now, some of you might remember the movie which made him very popular. It was a $3 million movie to produce, and $1 million of it was Charles Bronson's his salary. So he was a popular star at the time, but he really became super popular after Death Wish because it's very, very popular. The public was fed up with crime at the time. In New York, it was out of control. Chicago, as it is right now, out of control again. All right, so we have very corrupt political, judicial, and police forces right now throughout the world, and people are starting to take matters into their own hands. This is something that happens throughout history. So you can see the lead into this. I've been talking about this for quite some time, and I believe it's not going to happen everywhere. Of course, some communities do real good, which I will show you in the beginning of this video. There's a place in Texas, Butler County, Texas, that is unincorporated. Remember in 1876, America became incorporated, and then many of the towns from that point on became incorporated, which made them seek value and profit over the people, right? So the people were, and still are in most places, through different taxes and so forth. Now, I live in Lake Tahoe, and at one point, they denuded Lake Tahoe and floated all the trees. They took it away from the primitive Indian tribes and so forth, which really were they primitive, or were they just, people that were, living off the land and, very spiritual, but for the most part, not always. Some were savages, absolutely. But for the most part, they were living off the land and, nomadic, and settlers came along, the U.S. government came along, and it's like, well, you don't own it, so we're going to own it. So we're going to drive you out and we're going to take over. So yeah, they cut down all the old growth that was here. They cut all the old growth from the Atlantic all the way across America. There's just a few places that are left in Northern California and Oregon. They have old growth, huge trees. But for the most part, America was covered with old growth and massive, massive trees at one point. So they denuded Lake Tahoe, floated the logs down the Tahoe River and into Reno, where they took them and put them into the silver mines. And silver was very, very huge back then. Of course, silver is coming back again, but there are other methods of, shoring up mines now. You don't have to use trees like they did back then. So fortunately, we're seeing Lake Tahoe. The trees are coming back. They're quite beautiful. At one point, after the denuding process, a lot of very wealthy people came in here to Lake Tahoe and bought land and let the land start to recover. And eventually, those very wealthy people had to forfeit their land to the government, because the government started coming after the wealthy, like they're trying to do again. It's the same process we're seeing once again. So the wealthy people started losing their land through taxation. So they did the property tax on the wealthy. They used to not do property taxes on anyone other than the wealthy. And they started seizing all the wealthy land, and they started, having it for themselves and using that land and so forth, making parks out of it. And look what we have for you, you slaves of the state. So eventually that filtered down. So we have to watch what's going on. We're seeing the wealthy being driven out of, Northern California and Sacramento, not Sacramento so much, but Seattle. The same process, communist process that was going on back in the late 1800s into the early 1900s is showing itself again. Right? It got pushed out, got stopped, and but eventually it came back, and now it's like just full blown all over the world. This crazy, these crazy psychopaths that are running the world. So we're going to have to push back on it again, guys. And that's the process we're going to be going through, and we'll talk about that in this show. So we have a lot of the land that has been taken by the state, and the state just assumes that all the land is theirs, and if we're living on it, we have to pay tax. Everybody now. So again, you have to watch what happens to the people with large amounts of money, and they're the ones that create the jobs, and usually pay most of the taxes. But once they're tapped out and stolen from, to the point where they either leave the state and go somewhere else, or leave the country and go to another country, this is a process of destruction that America and the world is going through. All right, so let's the LA leak, definitely a WMD cover up. So there is some kind of leak that is going on down in Southern California, chemical leak. They're evacuating up to 40,000 people that I saw, but that's what somebody in the chat just put that out there. Property tax equals rent. Rent means you really do not own it. Exactly, Jesse. So we're gonna have to fight and get that back. Right. So there's already movements all around the country. Of course, we're having a big get together in Vegas. Juan O'Savin and a lot of other people, very high end people, are going to be at that event. So in the description box, there's the fraud event. You can go down, and there's still just a few spots left. If you can't make it, Juan just had on my show. He said on my show just the other day that they're going to stream it. So we'll probably have it for a lot of people. You're not going to get the great food. You're not going to get to meet the great people. You're not going to see the movie that they're going to show for us. So anyway, if you can make it. Looking forward to seeing a lot of you. Probably been following the show. Nina's going to be there. Scott McKay is going to be there, and a large host of other people. So it'll be fantastic. So this is the process that we are, getting together and working together, we the people, to overcome this incredibly corrupt political, judicial, and corrupt police forces, right? So not all of them, but most of them, unfortunately, right? And we're going to talk about all the things that President Trump is trying to do and is being blocked by this corrupt political system. Even though we voted for, like in President Trump's first tenure, we had the House, the Senate, and of course the White House, and all the executive. We didn't have the judicial that I know of, but we had the legislative. So judicial is more corrupt than ever. The Uniparty, the rhinos, we're trying to clear them out. We just did so with Thomas Massey, and several others, I believe, are getting ready to go away. But there's still too much corruption in there, guys. I don't know. Maybe there will be a massive, cleansing in the midterms if we don't get that massive cleansing, or it goes the other way, right? And the rest of the world, because only because of America, or do we see a little bit of a light around the world, but only a little, because we have to fix America. We're trying to fix the world simultaneously to a certain extent, but there's a lot of pushback. So let's look at some of the things. Let's look at Death Wish, the movie with Charles Bronson. That came out in 1974. New York was, gang-ridden, graffiti everywhere. You didn't see any of that get cleared up until the early 80s. Of course, President Trump now, was involved in some of this, helping to turn this around. So this is basically, as you see right here, the movie, Charles Bronson. He's a conscientious objector at first, kind of like a Democrat, right? So, but during the Korean War, he was a medic. They're like, well, you can be a conscientious objector, but you still got to go fight, right? So, or at least be on the battlefield. So he was a medic, and so he was helping those that were wounded, which is great. Now, during the Vietnam War was one of the first times that people ran and hid out in Canada, and Canada, of course, is the home of one of the worst governments in the world, and the people have let it happen, right? So here in America, if it gets really bad, we go vigilante, all right? And that's what happened because we still have Second Amendment rights, and Canada gave those up. They had them, they gave them up, right? And this happened just a few years ago. Same thing happened down in Australia, in New Zealand. So the people, you have to stand up for your rights. And if it gets to the point where, as we're going to look at this happening around the world, you're going to have to take matters in your own hands sometimes. All right. And again, I don't wish this. I've never wished this. I'm the man of the love vibration. It's very effective. But at some point, you have to have kinetic activity, right? That's just a state of the way the world is right now. All right, so Paul Kersey, middle-aged architect, lives in Manhattan with his wife, Joanna. Their adult daughter, Carol, and her husband, Jack Toby, live nearby. One day, Joanna and Carol are followed home from the grocery store by three muggers who invade the Kersey apartment, sends them to Tucson, right? Tucson, where they had all the gunfights and all that stuff. So he's working with a guy, and guy teaches him how to shoot. He gets fascinated by the gun, the Colt 32 revolver, box of ammunition ends up in his luggage when he gets back home. So he goes out. I guess he went to the funeral of his wife, and he was leaving. He got mugged, and he somehow beat the attacker, and the mugger ran away. So he was kind of inspired by that, and he's like, well, why don't I take a gun? So he goes out, and at night, and the police, get involved, and they're like, well, they kind of know who it is. They finally figure out who it is, and they're like, if we arrest him, he becomes, people are gonna like look up to him and start copycatting. So maybe we just let this guy, we give him a warning and send him off. The warning doesn't quite work, so he ends up shooting three muggers were attacking him. He ends up it's kind of like a little shootout with them, and he passes out because he got wounded. And the mugger runs away, and they find him, and they say, okay, we're taking your gun, and you got to leave New York. So he leaves New York, and his boss sends him to Chicago. And when he gets off the train in Chicago, he sees muggers, and he basically looks at the muggers. He notices them, and he basically looks at them, and he goes with his finger like that. So he's going to start doing it in Chicago too. All right. So it's definitely a pattern that happens, like I said, throughout time. Governments are, overthrown, that are corrupt. If they've been corrupt for a long time and people aren't getting any resolutions, we've seen that. Revolutions aren't getting any resolutions. We've seen that. Revolutions, civil wars, and so forth. I don't think we're going to see. I've always said that we're not going to see a civil war here in America, but I think we're going to see a massive pushback, on a lot of these criminal activities that we see that are going on. We know they're going on. We know our political class is extremely corrupt and not doing what we're, putting them in office to do. So we're going to talk about all that. I basically have I loaded up my X account. My X account is Michael Jaco 9. That's the 9th time that I started an account. All right, with X, all of the other ones were stopped, and I couldn't make any more. Now, in YouTube, I had up to 17. The one that I have right now is one of the last one. How about that? It's the 17th. They let me have it back. Wow. And it's rapidly growing in subscribers, not as fast as it had in the past. So obviously, there's suppression. Same thing with X. Those criminal people that have their other ideals, very liberal, that don't like us conservatives, that are the ones that are basically going to save our country. Even though the liberals are fighting us all the way, but we're used to that. I'm used to that. So it's not a big deal. We win in the long term. and we're gonna see this country get turned around. We're gonna see the world get turned around. It's a pattern, and we're in the pattern of change. This time, I think it goes to a level that's never been seen before, as far as our reaching a new level. So here it is, Michael Jaco 9. All right, so great citizens arrest. Wink, wink, as the good sheriff describes. Works if you have good sheriffs and deputies. Bravo. All right, so the caption is the idiot running out of the store just stole a purse from an 83-year-old woman, a lady. Watch him take a nasty beating. I don't know, that young man looks like he's got a Letterman jacket. So, he ran that guy down, and he's gave him a little whoop ass. It's good to see. All right, so eventually the police arrive and arrest this man. See this guy right here, get the purse, bringing it back to the 83-year-old woman. He's like saying thank you, and so this other woman runs up. I don't know what that is about, but he stops the beating process, and the guy tries to run away, and he basically stops him.
Everybody in that store. He came out the store because you were chasing him and you were on him. Yeah. And he was running as fast as he could. Yeah, and he's probably never ran that fast in his life. No. And he's probably not appreciated the police showing up that quick in his life, which we didn't get there real quick, winky wink. You took and made what we call a citizen's arrest. And
wink, wink, you made what we're going to call a citizen's arrest. Now imagine that happening, and we've seen this in New York, where that one former Marine basically choked that guy out over and over again because he kept getting up and attacking everybody. So eventually and he's the one that went to court, and a lot of people got behind him, supported him. Eventually he got off, but New York tried to protect being a vigilante, but as you see here, this young man basically did that, and he had a good sheriff, and deputies that are in that town. Again, it's an unincorporated town in Texas. Texas, don't mess with Texas. Although they have really, really messed with Texas, and I think Texans have been and will start to get even more involved in, I won't call it vigilantism, because vigilantism is basically against a system that doesn't support you. But when you see citizens, good, law-abiding, honest, high-integrity citizens that are basically have had enough, and they're, we need to help. We need to help stop this. If they have corrupt sheriffs, then they're going to be a vigilante. If they have good sheriffs, then they're going to be citizen arresting. All right, that this is the way it's going to work, guys. And then the good guy is going to show up and take over. So you got to be aware of your police, your sheriff, if they're corrupt, and the judicial system's corrupt. If you do the good deed, you could end up in jail. Now we're seeing a lot of people that are pedos and so forth that are really, really horrific, and they're getting off. They're disappearing, or they're getting shot, and we're going to look into that. All right, so this is a natural recourse. This is a natural outcome of corrupt systems. You're going to see the people start to get involved more aggressively, and that's only natural. You have to stopped her car and started to help a female police officer that was having a tough time with a man, and it looked like he wiped off a tear. That's good. That's good stuff right there. That's what we need. We need more of that, and we're going to get more of that. So again, Butler, Freestone County, Texas, it's almost equal white and blacks, right? A little bit more whites, but they're obviously working well together. Males 49%, females 50%. So it is, Hispanic, 3.8%. So that's just pretty much, black and white town, and they're getting along good. Of course, Obama probably would have a problem with that and trying to break that up and make it a problem. But that is not what's happening there. So that's good. We need to see more of that in America, and I think we're going to. So President Trump post, this is from Julie Donuts. So many people just don't get it. Why does he post these things? He's removing the deep state players in these countries and securing deals for our national security, securing the Middle East. This brings world peace. So he's doing it all at once. This is monumental. You can't just do it in one country. It has to be worldwide. I think there are, I don't think, there's obviously elements of the good in each of the countries that are working with the United States. So, he's joking around here, or maybe not. He's got Iran as, part of the United States there. And he's looking at Greenland. It's like, hello, Greenland. All right. So it has to go this way. Now, repeat around the world where Islam is encroaching or be consumed by it. So this is Japan's new anti-Islamic laws, and they're sparking controversy, of course, among the liberals and the people that are deep state puppets. All right, halal is prohibited, mosque prohibited, call to prayer prohibited, and that needs to happen around the world, unfortunately. But that's the way it is. So here's amazing footage from Iran right now. This was 9 hours ago. Crowds cheering as the regime crumbles. Right now in Iran, massive crowds are pouring into the streets, honking car horns, waving flags, and openly celebrating. The time to strike is now, I say. So, I posted last night that it looked like President Trump was, it didn't look like. He was definitely not going to his son's wedding in the Caribbean, and he was rushing back to the White House. So something's up. All right, this is Tommy Tuberville. Let's listen to what he has to say.
You got to play hardball. We've got several people that it's not going to vote for filibuster, or they'll probably vote for some of the Democrat amendments. You say, listen, you do that, you're out as chairman of a committee. You're out, immediately out. We're going to put somebody else in, because that's the reason people stay here, is to have power. But we do it because of seniority. We don't do it because of merit. We don't have the best people in some of these chairmanships. So we got to do the right thing. It starts at leadership. We're going to go in, I'm going to listen to it. And if we don't make changes, we go and try to beg people to do things. It doesn't work. Put your feet to the fire. Let's go to work, and let's work with President. You got to.
All right. So, you got some really good leaders in the Congress and the Senate right now, or we do. And I think they're, around the world. You have a lot of people, I say up to 95%, maybe more, of Congress and the Senate, our political people need to be removed, right? There are people ready to move up, guys. Like we saw against Thomas Massey in Kentucky. One of my old teammates, former SEAL Team 6 officer, and like I've said before, really fantastic guy, big, strapping country boy, has a farm in Kentucky. It's been there for I think several generations. He got out of the SEAL teams after 20 years as captain, which is very high up there, probably close to admiral, but decided to go back home and work the family farm. And then he saw the corruption that was happening in Kentucky. Boy, Kentucky's got a lot of corruption. It seems like everybody in the political office is corrupt there. So he's basically like me. He got involved. So he ran for office, and looks like he's hopefully, because primary is just you get in position to be voted into office, and I think the people of Kentucky are tired of it too, guys. I think they're going to vote him in. So he's a fighter, he's a warrior. We got to have that going forward, and there are people ready to step up to do this. I mean, if I had to do it, because I know it's a den of thieves and snakes. I would move up, and if I knew that I was going to have some kind of impact, I would get involved. All right, seems like a lot of my friends are, so why not? All right, Gunther Eagleman, just in case you forgot why you have a 3-day weekend, this is it. Not the barbecues, not the beach trips, not the sales. This is the reason: the folded flag, the final salute, the ultimate sacrifice, so the rest of us could be free. Now, we cannot depend on the military coming in and cleaning up all of our cities and towns and counties, guys. We have to get involved. And again, I don't agree with vigilantism, but it could be one of the remedies. And if you have a good sheriff and deputies and so forth, constitutional sheriff, you can make some great inroads. And I think a lot of probably counties, not a lot, but a few counties out there are, good to go. And maybe they can help the other counties that have some problems. All right. So we'll see. We'll see how this works out. And it's going to work out. It's going to work out one way or the other. All right. This is Scott Presler is officially planning to primary challenge Senate Leader John Thune. Unfortunately, it's not in the midterms. I think that Scott Presler, who helped get President Trump elected, through his actions, going around and getting out the vote and getting people involved, I believe that he would have a very, very strong shot at replacing John Thune, who's obviously a rhino, right? And my wife said that rhinos are basically a Republican and a Democrat get together, have a baby, and that baby is a rhino, right? So it's a uniparty type stuff. So I think that Scott's going to play hardball, and if he does, John Thune's gone, right? But not gone soon enough, and so something might happen before then, right? And I don't know what that is, some kind of constitutional movement where we start to remove these incredibly non-performing, anti-American leadership in our political class, right? So here's another. Republican candidate in Texas, Valentina Gomez, is under fire for comments about Islam. Under fire from who? From whom? Right? Is she wrong, though? Islam is the religion of rape, incest, and pedophilia, where they bow down to a stupid rock and a false prophet. Now, there's some strong words, obviously, but she is a woman, and she is a great shot. All right, I've seen her with weapons, so I applaud her. We need to get tough. We have to have tough talk, guys. We need to do away with Islam in our country, right? We need to say that if it's Islam, it's not politically, we don't accept it. We don't allow it in our country because they're going to take over unless we do. All right, so this is Mary Talley Bowden, MD. Excited for some positive changes coming to Texas. Vote today. So this was the last day of early voting, I think, or one of the last days. Next time people get to vote in Texas will be, a few days where they have to vote in person. Looks like the best. I think this is the best list for Texans. All these guys right here are Second Amendment. All right, Ken Paxton, John Bonk, U.S. Congress, Chip Roy, and then I don't recognize all these people, but the little bit that I've looked into them, this is a good pick for Texas and Texans, right? So we have a political class in Texas that are rhinos. Abbott, pretty much Cornyn. A lot of these people are, and John Cornyn basically voted against the Second Amendment, right? Rights, not against it completely, but the rights, right? So here's another one. This is where I'm seeing that vigilantism is about ready to explode, right? So I'm like, oh boy, you effed around and pissed off the Irish. You fighting Irish. Once they get going, look out. So my words are vigilantism until the political, judicial, and corrupt police forces are removed and replaced with merit-based leaders. So this is an armed group declaring themselves as the new Republican movement, have issued a warning to Irish politicians. You have flooded our communities with military-aged men. Let me see if I can play this.
To the people of Newry, Moore and Down, we, the New Republican Movement, have watched their councillors and MLAs over the past 12 months. The level of disrespect shown to the people who put you into power, this cannot be ignored any longer. We are proud men of Ireland. We are patriots. Your policies and decision-making in regards to flooding our communities with undocumented military-aged men is not acceptable. We will not sit back any longer and watch our culture and religion destroyed by the people we put in power. The New Republican Movement will take immediate action against anyone who threatens our ways of life and the safety of our women and children. We have your addresses and known your movements. Every one of you are legitimate targets as of today. The New Republican Movement, 28/11/25.
Right, so it's starting around the world. It is on. Outrage is erupting nationwide after an Iranian IRGC-trained Islamist planned to assassinate Ivanka Trump, daughter of the president, at her Florida home. FAFO could be arriving sooner than we anticipated. Islamists are scum. The trained Iraqi national who was taken into custody last week, definitely a past tense because he was blown to pieces, all right, by President Trump in a strike, or ordered by President. He didn't actually do it, but he gave that order for it to happen. So Soleimani, when I was there in Iraq in the early 2000s, 2003, 2002, 2003, he was the guy that was basically started the IEDs, improvised explosive devices that were set up along roads, American service members, and maimed many more, lost limbs and so forth. Disgusting thinking, right? I drove by, how I used my remote viewing and intuition to basically hold up my teams before we went out because I knew that attacks were coming. We would hear the blast happen. Short period of time would go by. They would clear the road, make sure there was no more IEDs, and then we were allowed to roll. I remember several times, unfortunately, driving by military vehicles that were burning, and unfortunately, the soldiers were still inside. I remember driving by cars where local Iraqis with their whole families, the father, the mother, the children in the back seat, were all in death throes, having been burned to death. And I got to see all that. So I'm not a fan of Islam, guys. I've been saying that for a long time. There are good people. Probably most of the people, probably not 85, 95% of the people are good, but they are controlled by a very, very psychopathic group, just like us in the United States. Right? So, we have to clean these out. We have to clean this out. So it's not a good time. All right. So this is California. I say needs an enema. It's full of violent shitbags. Right. So this is a gentleman. I think he's a elderly, 60s. He had MAGA paraphernalia on his home, and big supporter of Donald Trump in California. And his neighbor basically, so say prayers for this guy. I'm going to warn you because I want you to see this impact, right? I've seen a lot worse. But if you want to turn right now, this is the time to do it. But if you look at this, then you're going to get pretty pissed. All right, this is 69-year-old Army veteran from Escondido, California. That's right at San Diego, where he spent a lot of time as a Navy SEAL. His own life support after being brutally beaten by his 32-year-old neighbor, Thomas Caleb Butler, because he is a Trump supporter with a MAGA-inspired house. All right. So very sad. All right. So this is the what's happening with our political class while that's going on. That's going on because of political class, obviously, in California. But watch a little bit of this. I posted a lot of these. Let's see what Tim Burchett, who I think is of all of the senators and congressmen that are there, he's probably going to be one of the ones that survives the cleansing, right? The purge that's coming of our political class. And I hope that he rises to a very high level, because he is definitely leadership material, at the merit-based leadership material that should be at the very top.
Mr. Chairman, could I say something at this point, or do I need to wait?
Yeah, you can go ahead. I'll yield to you.
Okay. I realize what's going on here, and I realize that, you know, when you're not sitting at the table, that you're not heard, and I realize the deal has already been cut. But I want to warn our party. You know, we're in the majority, and we're not acting like it. We'll be in the minority once again because of this kind of activity. And I'm disgusted that both sides of the aisle, that we're not allowed to, deals have been cut. And I think that's wrong. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So basically, you know, there's a lot of stuff in these bills that shouldn't be passed. But like he's saying right there, there were backroom deals that were already cut before they even got to vote, and they're going to push this stuff through. That's not good for the American public, right? So there's a lot of people that are pissed off. Switzerland has banned the niqab and burqa and refuses to recognize Islam as an official religion. Should other countries follow Switzerland's lead? I say every country that is not Islamic must ban Islam as an official religion. United States, hello, all right? So here it is. When 95% or more of the political uniparty is eliminated, Tim Burchett will be one of those left standing. All right, so here's some more. I'm going to play just a little bit of this.
Everybody, Tim Burchett.
So this is after he basically got up and walked away from the, you know, congressional room there, where they're not being allowed. The majority of Republicans, many of them, like we've been saying, Mike Johnson being one of them, is Rhino, Mike Johnson from Louisiana. So, you know, we saw one Louisianian, if I'm saying that correct, that was stripped, and he's going to go away, but he just recently voted against President Trump. Of course, this is what rhinos do. So, you know, if we want to, Republicans control the House on paper, Democrats control it in practice. This is only possible if Republicans side with them, rhinos. So this is a problem. So here he is after, you know, walking out, and he's calm and cool, but he's frustrated. You can tell.
It's after 1 o'clock. We're leaving the Transportation Committee. I was here Monday and Tuesday, and we didn't do anything. And here it is. What is it? Thursday night, Friday morning. Monday and Tuesday, we didn't meet at all.
All right. So John Thune, who is the Senate leader, has sent them all home for 12 days. So we have judicial judges, dozens and dozens of them that have been waiting to be approved, that President Trump has put forward, and they're not approving them. Our Republican Senate and Congress is not approving them. So John Thune basically just sent everybody home for 12 days, and every couple of days he's going to have one shitbag Republican come in and open the floor so that President Trump can't come in and basically push them through himself. This is insane, guys. Our political class has to be removed.
And we get dropped a 1,000-page bill. When did they drop it on us?
This weekend, Sunday.
Saturday, Sunday. And then Chairman Graves, who's a Republican, voted against. It looked like a majority of the Republican amendments doing away with those crazy traffic cameras. And they're just, all they are is revenue cameras. And wouldn't vote with us on that. And of course, they're in the bill. And it's just, it's got a lot in it. I'll get another bite at the apple, I guess, on the floor. But the wheels are greased on this, and the lobbyists are all jacked up on it. So anyway, it's just what they do to you. We should know better being in the majority, but we're not. That's what happens in these committees, folks. Every time we just get rolled, and they cut the deal a long time ago before any of us have access to it.
So they cut the deal long before any of them have access to it. So their votes don't count. So this is the scope. Now, the right scope of things, Elon Musk backs billionaire Warren Buffett's famous plan to eliminate the deficit in 5 minutes. You just passed a law that says anytime there is a deficit of more than 3% of GDP, all sitting members of Congress are ineligible. Not that they're going to be voted out. They are ineligible for re-election. So now, here's an example. Let me pause this. I don't want you to see too much of this before I talk about it. So this is kind of the way things are going to start to move. Obviously it's already moving that direction. I say we don't need an army. We need more men, capital letters, every letter, that are tired of the BS, capital letters, BS. We're tired of it and are ready to push back what we have been putting up with for far too long. So we've been putting up for a long time, guys. Like that young, I said, because he's 69, I'm like 65, so he's probably still a young man. I don't know how this young whippersnapper got the jump on him, but anyway, that's very tragic. So we have to stop this. Imagine a dozen or more men like this. Imagine I put together some hard, heavy-hitting mofos, and we go out there and start to clean house. Some of this bullshit happens. Just go out there, peacefully protest, and they start this kind of bullshit, get physical with us, and then it's game on. So watch this. This is amazing. Now this guy is going to continually push on this guy. He's physically interacting with him, which is an assault. All right. So you legally have the right to protect yourself from that point on. If someone is attacking you, which this person is, and then as you're going to see, there's more people that attack him. So he's basically defending himself, right? And this happens over and over again. All right, come on. Get going. So it looks like just one patriot out there amongst a bunch of jackals, liberal jackals. All right, so as you guys can see, he's being chased around. These guys have got their horns right in his face, pushing it right into him. This guy's pushing him away. He's walking away over and over again, and then it's like, all right, it's time to defend my. All right, a lot of night going on there. So that's where things are going, guys. Right, so we're not going to put up with this bullshit much longer. We're going to have a lot of guys, heavy-hitting boys out there like myself and others. They're going to start to punish these fucks, right? So it's going to start happening. All right, so this is the way it is right now. It's the rhinos, right? We've just discussed them. Tim Burchett, very frustrated. We have to help the good guys, right? Maui got burned to the ground and Congress did nothing. North Carolina got flooded by a hurricane and Congress did nothing. Florida got hit by Category 4 Hurricane Helene, which I was there to receive that. A lot of you guys saw the place I was living in, and it was devastated. We lost well over $50,000 and insurance because it was the way the flooding happened. They did not cover it, right? Geico, shame on you. All right, but this is the way it happened for a lot of people. A lot of people lost their homes all around us, all up and down the coast. So it's a racket. And of course, the Democrat control that was happening at the time when they came in to help us, we had for I think it was 2 months. They didn't come and do trash service. We had, rats running around, all kind of crazy stuff. We put everything out on the curb, waiting for the trash service to come. They never came. So we, eventually just paid thousands of dollars for a company to come and take it. Thankfully, somebody did. But most people didn't have that. So it took them a long time. And of course, FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Association, basically, if you were conservative, it was found out they would not help you, right? Which most Floridians are. So it was a shit show. It was a real shit show, guys. And this is part of, what we're up against. An illegal immigrant gang member gets deported, and Congress is rushing to try to bring him back. Remember that gang member? What's a crazy, horrific gang? MS-13. So he was an MS-13 gang member. And then eventually when he was let back in, they got caught, transporting. That's probably why the Democrats want him back, because he was transporting a bunch of people around from one city to another. So he's moving people around to be part of voting, I guess. The Democrats are hell. They need to be removed, all of them. And then a lot of the Republicans as well. So Congress is the problem, guys. We're going to have to remove them. We're going to have to do something about it. All right, Jake Lang, who was J6 guy, I had him on several of my shows. While he was in prison, he could only talk for about 10 minutes, and then they would cut him off. So we'd come on my show and talk, and they cut him off, and then he'd get a little, I'd wait a little bit, and then he would come back on for another, a few minutes or 10 minutes or whatever, how much they let him. But, I supported him. I supported a lot of the J6ers. A lot of you did. Thank you very much. That was very, very helpful. These guys were in desperate straits. A lot of these guys committed suicide. They lost their families. They lost everything. It's horrible. Again, Congress, right? So Congress, corrupt political, corrupt judicial, and corrupt police force, FBI, right? So now they're finding out the FBI planned J6 months and months ahead, right? So here's Jake Lang dropping truce bombs. He's saying every single word here is pure truth. Muslim and Indian invasion.
No one has ever looked across the plains of Texas and the football games and all the amazing cowboy culture and the raw American spirit here and said,
all right, I want you guys to look at these police officers here. Right? So they're looking on. Hopefully they're learning. Right? We, the people, are done. We, the people, are done with this bullshit.
And all the amazing cowboy culture and the raw American spirit here and said, let's replace this with Muslims. Let's replace this with Hindus. Texas should remain for Texans. Have you lost your mind selling your children's future? It is a replacement. It is not right. Just because it's happening to white people does not make it okay. You guys are complicit. This is the jellyfish generation, half boomer, half Gen X. You don't care about my children's children. You are selling out this country to people who do not want to live near you. They want to build their own separate, segregated zones where they practice their religion, their food, their way of dress, their language. They don't care about white culture. They don't care about American culture. They don't like you. They will replace you. What the fuck is wrong with you inviting these people into our country? This is a Christian country. Name one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence that's a Hindu or Muslim.
Thank you.
All right. So you see Jake Lang's got a body armor because he's had several attempts on his life. So we'll end it here. So this is where I was talking about last night. I came on. I was like, I gotta put some stuff out here. Because hopefully President Trump is about ready to strike Iran. So we'll see. I don't know. You're going to continue to drag this ridiculousness out, or are we going into Cuba? So one or both. Do them both. They're both easy. Right. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where this goes. But the days of us allowing this to continue, staying calm and cool, they're coming. They're about to come to an end. Right. So I hope and I pray that justice starts to happen in our land and around the world. Because if it doesn't, then we're going to take matters in our own hands. I've been saying this for a little while. I hope, I pray it doesn't happen. I hope and pray that real justice comes in and starts to take effect. We've been told it's going to happen. It's being delayed. Of course, we have Tina Peters that's getting out in about a week now. So that's a good move. We're moving in the right direction. I think the people of Colorado are going to start to step up and get rid of their corrupt government. Otherwise, they're going to get railroaded like Tina Peters. You think Tina Peters is an outlier? You think Jake Lang, when he was, he had an injury, he was in church, and then he was like, walking home on crutches or whatever, and the FBI came and surrounded him and took him away and threw him in jail, and he never got a trial, right? So it was only because of President Trump, pardoning all of the J6ers that he was able to get out. So we have some serious problems in our country, guys. We cannot let the Democrats take charge. Really, I believe anywhere, but definitely not in a major portion. But of course, we have rhinos that are basically Democrats anyway, right? Republican and Democrat, they got together and had a baby, and that was a rhino. So good job, my wife. She's got some clever things she says sometimes. All right, well, often, but it is fun. We can have fun. We can. Like I said, when I was in the service, in the SEAL teams, and in the CIA, we joked around a lot, and then we went out and kicked ass. Right. So this is a time that we all need to start to work together and step up. There shouldn't be any different, political parties. We're all American. We're not Democrats. We're not Republicans. We're not independents. We're American, right? Now, if you want to play, stupid, regardless of what, party you're with, then you're going to treat it as you're stupid, right? And that's going to happen going forward. All right, guys, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, over centuries deep state globalist elites of the Rothschild, Rockefellers, DuPont and other Illuminati families, have worked with the Vatican, UK Crown and US Incorporated to form their own private banking system that stretched across the globe. Their sole agenda was to seek total control over the population's financial system through debt to themselves, the Satan-worshipping Illuminati. They used recordings of regularly held satanic pedophile rites to blackmail politicians to do their bidding and gain more power. They proceeded to control other countries' governments and financial systems through use of this international human trafficking ring that was enforced by various mafias. About a month later, when the funds arrived back in a cabal-owned New York bank, U.S. taxpayers were charged interest to use their own monies. The Rothschild and their enforcement arm, the descendants of Cain's Satan-worshipping Khazarian mafia, worked with the UK Crown to form the Zionist movement. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now are supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Friday, May 22, 2026. Last night, Hunter Biden and Ukraine's Zelensky got caught red-handed in the global child trafficking ring. White Hat forces raided their joint underground network in Ukraine and Delaware. Epstein Island servers, video evidence and live victims recovered. Both were now in military custody awaiting Gitmo tribunals. Friday, May 22, 2026. Senator Joni Ernst just exposed the truth. Fraudsters are stealing over $1.4 billion a day from American taxpayers, John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Friday, May 22, 2026. President Trump's proposed triumphal arch in Washington, D.C. has officially been approved by a key federal commission, with Trump jokingly telling reporters, Good news. I finally get good news from you. After learning the Commission of Fine Arts signed off on the design, Trump said the monument is meant to symbolize national greatness and argued Washington is the only major world capital without a triumphal arch despite being the most important city in the world, Washington Pulse on Telegram. Be possible timing, Thursday, May 7, 2026. Starlink activated direct-to-cell. Every phone on Earth can now connect to a satellite. No tower. No carrier. No middleman. There is now a communication system that no government can shut off. On Friday, May 8, 2026, the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system went live across 209 countries of the global currency reset. On Sunday, May 17, 2026, Tier 4B notifications began in certain areas only. Redemption centers were set up at 800 locations. On Thursday, May 21, 2026, Trump signed an executive order that negated the IRS collection arm from functioning, plus signed a second EO that opened the Federal Reserve payment rail to digital assets and a bankless system. Friday, May 22, 2026, full quantum financial system activation and public medbed launch across 209 nations, ending pharmaceutical control. On Saturday, May 23, 2026, global streams broadcast. The EBS begins, exposing decades of cabal suppression. Sunday, May 24, 2026, after midnight, 48-hour full Jazar activation blackout locked under restored republic. The greatest wealth transfer in history begins in 10-12 days of communication darkness. On Tuesday, May 26, 2026, Trump Epic Independence event integrates QFS and medbeds. Golden Age of Health Freedom starts. Patriots receive priority treatments and recognition as guardians. On Monday, June 1, 2026 at 2:20 p.m. EST, every phone in America receives the key to their new gold/asset-backed currency wallet on the global financial system. Monday, 1st of June or Wednesday, June 3, 2026, EBS overrides live with stay-home orders. 10 days of communication darkness and Tuesday, June 9, 2026, Trump opens Fort Knox on camera as the EBS goes off and the QFS erases your debt. All mortgages, student loans, credit cards, medical bills and other loans charged with unlawful compound interest since 1971 has been calculated, put into and reimbursed from your personal wallet on the QFS system. Thursday, June 11, 2026, CBS goes live, transfers gold/asset-backed monies into the new global financial system. Sunday, July 19, 2026, Michael Jackson will return. See medbed possible timing, medbed activation on Telegram. On Thursday, May 21, 2026, White Hat sources under President Trump released the updated medbeds global activation schedule. The revolution surges as initial activations expand in secure centers across America and 209 alliance nations. Priority for veterans, rescued trafficked children and vax-injured patriots. On Wednesday, May 27, 2026, Starlink healings cover the planet. New centers funded by GCR. Humanity free from control. Best timelines active for light warriors. On Thursday, May 28, 2026, celebrations erupt worldwide. Medbeds symbolize Great Awakening victory. Trust the plan. God wins. WWG Wonga. Golden Age of Health Sovereignty and Unlimited Potential begins. Miracles multiply daily. Quanons, your wait is over. The healing has begun. Nothing stops this. Global Currency Reset. Friday, May 22, 2026, bombshell announcement, Trump ends tax on Social Security, America's seniors finally keep what they earned, no tax on Social Security. Thursday, May 21, 2026, Bruce, a good source said Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, notifications to make exchange appointments by Friday, May 22, 2026. Another source said Tier 4B would get notifications Saturday night or Sun morning. 22. May 23, 2026. A third source said we would start exchanges Tuesday, May 26, 2026. Tonight a source said we could get notified anytime from Memorial Day Monday 25th of May to the end of the month on Sunday, May 31, 2026. Another source said they wanted this done by the end of the month on Sunday, May 31, 2026. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is controlled by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet, bank account, at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in a global financial system. Guru Information and Intel, Friday, May 22, 2026. Israel is last unveiling the truth, Israel's dark hand in the global conspiracy, 107, JFK Jr., on Telegram. Israel is the command center for an agenda that seeks total control over everyone. In a world where chaos is the norm, one truth is emerging that shakes the very foundations of everything we've been told. Israel, far from being just another nation, is the command center for a global agenda that seeks nothing less than total control over humanity. This isn't just another conspiracy theory, it's a reality hidden in plain sight, waiting for those with courage to see it. Why Israel? Why now? Israel is not merely a country but a fortress for the Rothschild banking dynasty, a well-oiled machine driving the global financial system. Its influence stretches from the Federal Reserve to the heart of Washington, D.C., shaping policies, manipulating economies, and keeping entire nations in check. This tiny nation wields power far beyond its size, acting as the epicenter of a web of control that ensnares the entire planet. The chain reaction has begun. The world stands on the brink of a catastrophic chain reaction, one that will tear down the old systems and pave the way for something far more sinister. Iran's retaliation is not just another Middle Eastern conflict. It's the trigger for a global upheaval designed to dismantle centralized power structures. As Israel's grip tightens, the world is being pushed towards a controlled collapse, where the old financial systems will crumble, and a new world order will rise from the ashes. A biblical prophecy unfolding. For centuries, scriptures have foretold Israel's role in the end times. What we are witnessing today is the fulfillment of those prophecies, manipulated by the Zionist elite to serve their dark agenda. Israel is not just the battleground but the harbinger of a new era, where the forces of darkness aim to establish an unchallenged global regime. The illusion shatters. The world you know is a carefully crafted illusion. Israel, backed by the Zionist elite and the Khazarian mafia, is at the heart of this grand deception. They've spun a web of lies, controlling everything from media narratives to economic policies, all while hiding in the shadows. But the illusion is starting to crack, and the truth is coming to light. The engineered chaos, every conflict, every economic crisis, is part of a meticulously planned strategy by Israel and its backers. They thrive on chaos because it allows them to consolidate power. The conflict with Iran. It's no coincidence, it's a calculated move to ignite a global crisis that will force nations to submit to a new, centralized order. The endgame. A world where freedom is an illusion, and control is absolute. The new world rising. As the old systems crumble, a new world is being constructed, one where cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology will be used not for freedom, but for control. Israel and its allies are setting the stage for a world where every move is monitored, every transaction is tracked, and every dissenting voice is silenced. This is the dystopian future they are building, and it's happening right before our eyes. The call to action. This is not a time for complacency. Israel, the Rothschild, and their shadowy allies are pushing the world towards an irreversible darkness. But we can resist. We must question everything, expose the lies, and fight for the truth. The future is in our hands, and we cannot afford to let it slip away. Stand vigilant, stand informed, and above all, stand defiant. The battle for our world has begun, and it's a battle we must win. The storm is here, are you ready to face it? The effects are now visible in collapsing agricultural conditions, particularly in California, where some farmers are reportedly removing entire orchards as soil conditions continue deteriorating. The government was funding chemicalized nucleation programs, artificial weather manipulation, ozone disruption, and what he described as large-scale atmospheric engineering systems operating without public consent or transparency. Friday, May 22, 2026. Bill Gates is pure evil. Representative Tim Burchett went on Joe Rogan and said it. Bill Gates is behind the massive surge in ticks across America. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Friday, May 22, 2026. Fox News spying scandal erupts. CIA accused of taking back 40 boxes of JFK and MK Ultra files that Tulsi Gabbard was reviewing for declassification. Friday, May 22, 2026. Bombshell exposed. Top secret HARP facilities and military bases around the globe uncovered. Edward Snowden unveils HAARP's sinister global agenda. Friday, May 22, 2026, classified military intel leaked. The Dimming unveils the military-industrial complex's climate engineering genocide, HAARP and weather warfare programs. Friday, May 22, 2026, breaking special report, the 2028 strategy, how the system is reorganizing to stop Vance and recapture Trump's America, a strategy already in motion, not a future scenario. Friday, May 22, 2026, Fox News, Southern Poverty Law Center indicted over alleged $3 million scheme. The SPLC was charged with wire fraud, bank fraud, and money laundering for allegedly bankrolling at least 8 leaders and members of extremist groups, whipping up fake civil rights situations to slander conservatives. The SPLC is cooked as its donors, including George Soros, George Clooney's foundation, former Apple CEO Tim Cook and J.P. Morgan, pledged to the organization after clashes at a 2017 Unite the Right white supremacist rally in Virginia, which resulted in the death of one protester. How many more groups are just like this, pushing other related hoaxes to slander specific conservative groups or are lying to its donors to fill their own bank accounts? Remember, Black Lives Matter's members did the same thing and ripped off its donors and did absolutely nothing for the black community except buy mansions for themselves. Are influencers tied to these groups? Were they involved in J6DH or any other major events? This is another weapon of the left, and more people and organizations are about to be exposed. Pay attention. And Friday, May 22, 2026, a hidden camera bombshell. Democrat Joel Caldwell of the Coalition for the People's Agenda, a Fulton County ballot harvesting NGO chief, caught on tape admitting it all. Great awakening now on Telegram. Democrats are stuffing ballot drop boxes with fraudulent votes, and it's all caught on videotape. He also admits this is how they rigged the 2020 election and why Democrats fight to the death against voter ID. They pay people to illegally ballot harvest, they bribe ballot counters and election officials, they forge and falsify ballots. And the Atlanta mayor straight up stole the election. He says it all himself, on tape. Joel Caldwell, that's what happened in 2020, 'cause that's when the ballots, they started stuffing them ballots and people stuffing them ballots, and they got videotape of them, but nobody talks about it. That's why Trump was making that big deal about it, because you see it on videotape. It's like, come on. We see the man pull up and put 100 ballots in this box. You know. You can't do that shit. So groups were paying people to do just that, drop off ballots. He continues, that's why Democrats fight to the death against voter ID laws. Joel Caldwell, that's why the Republicans are always trying to fight the ballot, you know, that's the whole argument, because Republicans are the ones who put out that kind of stuff, so they want voter IDs and stuff. Democrats are fighting voter ID laws. It's a two-sided thing. That's what they're fighting over. Republicans are trying to say, hey, look, we got proof of this shit. And the Democrats are like, well, we don't want voter ID laws, and we want to make it where you can just drop your ballot off. Online voting and different things they try to come up with. Pass the Save America Act. Oh, on May 20, 2026, SpaceX filed for IPO valued at $1.75 trillion. The largest IPO in human history. Filed the same week the QFS went public facing. The same week Fort Knox was announced. The same week the IRS was killed. Mr. Poole final chapter. Coincidence? On May 7th, 13 days ago, Starlink activated direct-to-cell. Every phone on Earth can now connect to a satellite. No tower. No carrier. No middleman. No government switch to flip. Read that again. There is now a communication system that no government can shut off. AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile panicked. On May 14 they announced a joint venture, 3 competitors joining forces for the first time in history. Because they know what's coming. They know they're obsolete. Now ask yourself, why would you build a satellite network that covers every inch of Earth, every ocean, every desert, every jungle, and then connect it directly to every phone? Unless you needed a delivery system that cannot be intercepted. The EBS doesn't run through cell towers. Cell towers can be shut down. The EBS runs through Starlink. 6,764 satellites. Low orbit. Direct to your device. Unhackable. Unblockable. Unstoppable. That's why Musk was in government. Not to cut spending. To build the infrastructure. Doge was the cover story. Starlink was the mission. He left government May 28, 2025. The job was done. The network was complete. Now he's taking SpaceX public, not because he needs money. Because the old stock market is about to be replaced. He's converting SpaceX equity into the last dollars before those dollars become worthless. 3 dates. 11 days. The infrastructure is already in orbit. EBS activation, June 1st. June 1st, the signal. Fort Knox opens, June 9th. June 9th, the gold. IPO date, June 11th. June 11th, the last trade on the old system. 4,000 miles above your head, right now, there is a satellite pointed at your phone. Waiting for one command. When that command comes, your screen will light up. Not with a news alert. Not with a text. With a frequency. And a number. Your number. Your quantum ledger. Your new beginning. The delivery system is built. The gold is counted. The old system is dying. All that's left is the signal. Code, Starlink D2C, EBS orbital /June 1 signal /June 11 last trade, 6,764 satellites. Friday, May 22, 2026 Military Tribunal bases, global hubs of justice, Gitmo now on Telegram, military tribunals, brutal, unstoppable, and everywhere. From Guantanamo Bay to Antarctica, these iron fortresses of justice crush enemies with ruthless efficiency. No hiding, no mercy, no second chances. This is raw power, obliterating everything in its path. Authorized under the Military Commissions Act of 2006, these tribunals strike terror into the hearts of enemies worldwide. Secrecy. Speed. Total control. Civilian courts are irrelevant, this is a battlefield of law where judgment is swift and absolute. Camp Justice, the Fist of Guantanamo Bay. Originally established on Diego Garcia, it was renamed Camp Justice in 2007 to become the ultimate war crimes tribunal. High-profile targets vanish behind these walls, never to be heard from again. Strategically located on the southeastern tip of Cuba, Guantanamo Bay is untouchable, an iron fortress that swallows enemies whole. Here, justice isn't blind, it's armed and dangerous. This isn't a courtroom, it's a battleground where terrorists are systematically dismantled. Camp Thunder Cove, Diego Garcia's hidden blade. A silent but deadly enforcer. Diego Garcia is a black hole for high-value targets, a remote stronghold where justice is served in total secrecy. This tribunal doesn't negotiate, it eliminates. No media, no leaks, no interference. Camp Blaz, the Indo-Pacific enforcer located in Guam, this tribunal hub oversees operations across the Pacific, ensuring regional threats are handled with military efficiency. As tensions rise in Asia, Camp Blaz sends a clear message: America sees all, controls all, and crushes all. Ushuaia Naval Base, justice at the edge of the world. Tucked away in Argentina, near Antarctica, this base ensures that no corner of the world is beyond reach. Run, hide, vanish, it doesn't matter. Ushuaia's tribunal operates in total silence, but its message is deafening. Beyond the bases, the unseen hand of military justice tribunals don't stop at land-based operations. Floating courts, prison barges, secret Arctic outposts, justice moves in shadows, eliminating threats before the world even knows they existed. The JAG Corps enforces this iron grip, executing law with military precision. No moral debates. No compromises. Their mission is clear: protect national security at all costs. The global message: submit or be crushed. These tribunals don't just punish, they deter. Their existence alone is enough to strike fear into the hearts of the world's enemies. The message is clear: step out of line, and the hammer will fall. There is no escape. No safe haven. No second chances. Military tribunals are here, and they are unstoppable.
What we thought we knew but didn't really know, and now are supposed to know but don't have a clue. Washington, D.C. has turned over control of the U.S. government to illegal foreign nationals present in our nation's capital by not acting on Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act of 2022, effective since 2024, which permits illegal residents to vote in local elections. Thursday, May 21st, 2026. Secretary Marco Rubio on Communist Cuba 30 years ago, Raul Castro founded a company called Gesa, which was owned and operated by the Cuban Armed Forces. Gesa has income 3 times higher than the current budget of Cuba. Today, while the Cuban people suffer, Gesa has $18 billion in assets and controls 70% of Cuba's economy. They obtain profits from hotels, constructions, banks, stores, and even the money that their relatives send them from the United States. Everything goes through their hands. From those remittances, they retain a percentage, but nothing comes to the Cuban people from the profits of Gesa. A.J. Barron, the actor who played Joe Biden throughout the Biden administration, has agreed to testify before Congress. It means that every single pardon, every single executive order, every single signature over the last few years that, quote, Joe Biden signed as U.S. president is null, void, and illegal. The real Joe Biden was said to have been deceased before his 2021 inauguration.